Good afternoon, Dr. Mostert. Welcome. Thank you very much for attending the interview. You'll see around the table the honorable members of Parliament who are tasked with this exercise. So they will be asking questions, and you must just relax, respond to those questions. But thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview. Perhaps just to break the ice, very briefly, within 5 minutes, who's Dr. Mostert? Can you please share with the committee?
To start again, it's a privilege for me to be here. I was born in Welkom in 1965. I attended high school there, and then I studied all my degrees at the University of the Free State. I completed the BCom in 1998. I then started to study part-time and completed my honors and my master's in 92. And then I completed my PhD in 2004 with the topic dealing with the regulation of banks, the capital adequacy of banks and related matters. In terms of my career, I started at the Bloemfontein City Council in 1989, basically fulfilling accounting functions. I then joined Technikon SA in 1992 as a lecturer in economics. I lectured to the second year intermediate microeconomics, and then also intermediate macro. And then I also lectured to the third years, basically policy, all the different kinds of policy, macroeconomic policy, monetary policy, international trade policy, etc. I then decided, I was then involved as a chairperson of the task team that looked at decentralized learner support at Technikon SA, and then I subsequently joined the Free State region as an academic manager, where my responsibilities were basically to provide academic guidance to the students and support. And as kind of my community services, I stayed involved as a tutor for Economics 1 students until very recently, because I feel that I have a lot of knowledge to share, and I can motivate them also to get away from this notion that economics is a difficult subject. I joined government in 2006 in the Northern Cape province at the Department of Economic Development and Tourism as chief economist. Initially, my functions was just related to the Economic Development Department, but my scope was then broadened to also provide support to the other provincial government departments and also in the municipalities. Some examples of the projects that I have been involved in is, like, for instance, creating a cargo hub in Appington, establishing a vehicle testing facility near Appington, and then the Mariculture Park in Port Nolloth, just to name a few. And I also provided general economic advice and support, also in terms of LED. In the process, I gained valuable management experience on executive level. So I also attended all the portfolio committee meetings, SCOPA meetings, and also represented the department at the technical min-mix, and then also in a few instances I represented the member of the Executive Council at the actual min-mix. In the process, I did some research to indicate to the DTI, the then Minister Rod Davies, that the National Spatial Development Framework is not suitable for a smaller province with limited population numbers like the Northern Cape, And in response, the DTI actually developed a regional industrial development strategy. And in the process, they tried to industrialize the 22 poorest districts in the country. And fortunately, or obviously, 4 out of the 5 districts in our province were included. In 2012, I moved to Limpopo. Okay, I will speed up. Where I joined also as chief economist, also at the Department of Economic Development. And currently, I'm heading the macroeconomic analysis unit at Treasury. So we are part of Sustainable Resource Management, or Program 2, and we are basically involved in budget management for the provincial administration, the whole budgetary process, and also expenditure and revenue monitoring. And we are, as analysts, economic analysts, involved in doing research that must inform the budgetary process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Honorable Peters.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Dr. Mostert.
Afternoon, Honorable.
The question I'm going to ask you, I will give you 10 minutes to respond to it. The question is related to the Parliamentary Budget Office, where you have applied for. This office is in existence for almost 10 years. What would you regard as its prospects and challenges? In your answer, Dr. Mostert, also indicate to this panel what should be prioritized if the Budget Office is to fulfill its function. I would believe that as an applicant for this position, you have already done something that would give you the strengths and weaknesses of the office, and you could speak to those particular issues. And yeah, like I said, it should take about 10 minutes.
Thank you for the question. As members will know, the functions of the Budget Office is in Section 15 of the Money Bill of 2009. I did some research about the Budget Office, and I think currently they dearly need an accounting officer, because I saw a report that served before Parliament about the current status of the office, and it was indicated that the office struggles with, for me, basic managerial issues, like, for instance, the operational plan. They don't have an approved operational plan, and the unit also struggles in terms of supply chain procedures. Now, those are basic functions of an accounting officer, as indicated in the PFMA sections 38, 39, and 40, where the accounting officer is where the buck stops, and the accounting officer must ensure that there's proper internal control systems in place that must properly reflect the actual financial situation, that there's a proper strategic plan that links to an annual performance plan with proper measurable objectives and outcomes, and where each and every staff member is very clear about the outputs that are expected, which obviously will then link back to the performance management at the end of the year. Now, in terms of these processes, I have lots of experience because, for instance, in the Northern Cape, we had a very dysfunctional chief directorate, and it was my job to act there and take over from the chief director that was suspended. And I basically managed to put the processes in place. Because my managerial style is basically, like I always say, I'll give you a carrot or a stick. You can decide. I prefer that I give you the expected outcomes, and the resources in terms of human resources and financial resources, and to perform. But if it doesn't happen, I will have the kick. Okay, so that is, Honourable Member, the issues in terms of the management. In terms of the functions, in terms of research, I think it's important that the Budget Office makes sure that it discusses its role with the members of the Advisory Board from the two houses that oversees the office, and with the other research, like the Parliamentary Research Office, and with related stakeholders like National Treasury and the FFC, so that we avoid duplication and that we also avoid the situation where the unit or the office just do research for the sake of doing research. And therefore, as director of the Budget Office, I will make sure from the political principles that we actually spend our efforts on the needs as identified by the relevant committees in the Parliament and also in the other house. Thank you.
Chairperson, it's got a saving of about 4 minutes, so I can donate it.
Okay. That's Honorable Njadu. Can you please take the next question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Mostert.
Afternoon, Honorable.
Yeah. Dr. Mostert, for this question, we will have 7 minutes, maximum 10 minutes.
Okay.
The question will be as follows. South Africa is viewed as a developmental state. You may, however, agree or disagree with the statement. Based on your response, indicate how has the country used the government's budget, in particular taxation system, to address the country's socio-economic challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I agree that South Africa is a developmental country. Although the economy is dualistic in nature, we have sections of the economy that is highly developed. But if you look at the triple challenges as identified in the National Development Plan and various other documents, we face the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Now, in terms of inequality, our Gini coefficient, which is a measure of income inequality, for South Africa is approximately 0.69, while comparable countries like our BRICS partners is closer to 0.4. So it's an indication that we are a country with highly skewed income distribution. In terms of poverty, the national average for poverty, depending on the definition, is around 50%, and in the Limpopo province and other poorer provinces like the Eastern Cape, close to 72% of the population is living in poverty. Now, we can have debates around definitions of poverty, but 50 or 70% poverty on any definition is unacceptable. And as government, it should be our highest priority, as it was rightfully indicated in the National Development Plan. Now, in terms of the taxation system in South Africa, we have a progressive tax system, which means the higher you earn, the bigger percentage of tax you pay. So if you earn between 0 and I think about 180,000, you pay 15% tax. If you earn more than 750,000, I think approximately, you start to pay 40% tax, and over 1.5 million, luckily I don't have that problem, you pay 45% tax. But more than 90% of the tax income in South Africa is paid by 10% of the taxpayers. So in terms of the tax system, although the tax system is regressive and per definition then it provides for redistribution, I think there's limited scope for further redistribution. But we also have other forms of taxation like indirect taxes like VAT. And VAT is regressive because basically if the basic principle is if a poorer person pays R1 more on a loaf of bread, and as a relatively rich person in the context, I pay R1 more for a loaf of bread. That R1 is relatively a bigger burden for the poorer person. So in a sense, although we are paying R1 more, the country is worse off. But research by Prof. Frederik Fourie, the previous rector at the University of Free State, did research about, in terms of poverty alleviation, should we reduce the VAT rate? Because that is a very popular notion, so that the poorer can pay less tax. But his conclusion was, in short, that if we reduce the VAT rate, because the rich are buying much more than the poor, the rich will eventually save more than the poor if the VAT rate is reduced. We should rather keep the VAT rate, in those days 14%, now 15%, and then allocate the revenue that is generated from VAT for dedicated specific programs that will alleviate poverty. And that is what we are basically doing in South Africa, because at this stage about 18 million people in South Africa are receiving grants in some or other way. Because if you look at the bigger fiscal picture in South Africa, we are currently in a very tight spot, and I don't want to elaborate on that now, I don't think I have time, but I think also in terms of revenue generation, I think it is generally agreed that there is very limited scope for the minister to increase the levels of revenue in the current situation. And because of COVID and the lower company profits, etc., we all know that SARS expects this year to receive more than 300 million rands less than was budgeted in February. And unfortunately, the only solution, and that is what we are facing in the province, is that we will have to cut budgets, despite the very difficult circumstances that we face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Mossad.
Afternoon.
Now that I've heard you mentioning COVID, in 5 minutes, the outbreak of the COVID-19 has led to the following critical questions. Is it now time to consider zero-based budgeting system in the country? Is it advisable to approach institutions like International Monetary Fund and World Bank or BRICS Bank for loans to help the country deal with the economic impact of COVID-19? What is your response to these questions? Thank you.
Okay. In terms, can you maybe just repeat the first part of the question, please, Honorable?
Okay. Now let me repeat the whole question so that you can catch it. I'm saying the outbreak of the COVID-19 has led to the following critical questions. Is it now time to consider zero-based budgeting system in the country? Is it advisable to approach institutions like International Monetary Fund and World Bank or BRICS Bank for loans to help the country deal with the economic impact of COVID-19. What is your response to these questions?
Thank you very much. In terms of the first part of the question, in terms of zero-based budgeting, I personally believe that it is highly due that we look at the system of zero-based budgeting. Because in government, from my experience, we tend to work in terms of budgeting on a baseline, which is basically then adjusted for CPI inflation, which is basically, in reality, a 5% increase every year. And that is unfortunately, despite changes in mandates, in terms of changes in policy, etc., it basically stays the same. Now, it is understandable in a provincial situation where more than 70% of our provincial allocation goes towards health and education, and more than 70% of the budget is spent on COE. So there's very limited scope to maneuver the budget, but in principle, in terms of zero-based, and I would like to add, with due respect, activity-based, that each department should every year start from the basis that they have no allocation, and they must come to the relevant committees and to the National Minister of Finance, who must submit the budget eventually to Parliament, and motivate the budget from scratch. And if you cannot motivate your budget from scratch, you will face a situation where the department will get a reduced allocation. And it will put government in a situation where spending can be reprioritized in terms of the biggest impact on the economy. Now, a challenge with our current expenditure on national level is the fact that the biggest portion of our national budget is spent on government consumption expenditure. And I'm currently finalizing a research paper which indicates that although government consumption expenditure will have a marginally positive impact on the economy, especially in terms of growth, you'll get a better bang for your buck, to put it bluntly, if you spend more money on gross capital formation, which is practically investment in infrastructure and the maintenance of infrastructure. If we evaluate the gross capital formation in the economy, say since 2010, the growth in gross capital formation in South Africa comes from the private sector. It is not coming from government. So if we go for zero-based, we can restructure the economy. And as Minister Manuel already said quite a while ago when he was Minister of Finance, on a macro level, the budget is sound. But we must now look at the budget from a microeconomic side. And that is to say, and I think that is what we can be proud of that, to say we are known as a country with very sound macroeconomic policies, but we must now look at the nitty-gritties of the expenditure. In terms of going to the IMF, the World Bank, etc., yeah, I think that was, we had no choice because it was a crisis that was not foreseen, and the facility that we accessed as a country at the IMF was specifically developed for member countries to specifically address the challenges of COVID-related expenses. Because traditionally, the challenge and the critique of accessing IMF and World Bank money is a problem that it comes with conditionalities. And we know the whole debate about the Washington Consensus and structural adjustment programs, because various countries or to put it mildly, the structural adjustment programs of the World Bank had mixed successes in different countries, and they tend to be very prescriptive in terms of the conditionalities. But in this case, it was not the case, and I think it was a sound suggestion from the Minister to approach the IMF for that specific facility in the specific circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndetsane. Honorable Abraham.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Doc.
Afternoon.
If appointed director of the PBO, how would you ensure that the Parliamentary Budget Office provides support to parliamentary oversight through the budget cycle? And if you could take us through the phases of the budget cycle and what the key objectives underpinning the budget policy of the country are. Thank you, Chair. You have 7 minutes to deal with it.
Okay, in terms of the budgetary processes, approximately in June, July of each year, departments are expected to submit the first draft budget to National Treasury, and then closer to, I think, end of August, they must submit a final submission for the next cycle. The budget then usually serves in Parliament, I think in the third week of February, usually on a Wednesday. And then the budget, the proposals for revenue, for expenditure, etc., is then referred to the relevant committees of Parliament to comment within 9 working days, and then the Minister also gets the opportunity to respond, and then the different votes is discussed in Parliament. I think in terms of the role of the Budget Office is that, like in our current situation on a provincial basis, as a unit, we also attend the budget bilaterals between the MEC for Finance and the relevant MECs in the different departments to ensure that the budgets are actually addressing the strategic objectives that have been set, and that it also addresses the challenges in the country. Once the budget has been finalized, we can do analysis on the budget in terms of whether the numbers are realistic. Because since 2010, Treasury tends to be, and I will be very careful now, to be too optimistic. I actually presented the slide at the workshop a few months ago, where I indicated what was the forecast for Treasury, say in 2010, for the MTF. In 2011, what was the forecast for that year, and then the 2 outer years, because I want to keep it comparable to the first forecast, etc., and then the members get the situation. I looked at the next year, etc., etc. Now, I don't want to say it's very easy to do the forecasts, and there's lots of variables and life happens, but Treasury tend to overestimate the growth levels every year, and although it is reduced every year, the outcome is then even worse than the forecast. And the impact of that is the revenue forecast in the budget is based on the expected level of economic growth. So in the process, the revenue is overestimated, and eventually the deficit is higher than anticipated in the budget. And in the process, growth is slower, so the denominator in the calculation of debt to GDP, if GDP becomes smaller, the debt to GDP ratio increases faster. So then we also overshoot in terms of debt to GDP. And that leads to various challenges, like for instance, we basically promised the rating agencies, and it deemed to be the norm that we will not exceed 60% debt to GDP. But yet, for various reasons, we are now heading for more than 100% ratio of debt to GDP. So we can do those kind of analysis. A few years back, 2 or 3 years back, I analyzed the impact of the government wage bill on the fiscal situation to indicate what was the trend since 2010 compared to the private sector, the different kinds, etc., etc., etc. And that is the kind of work that we can do. And I think it's also expected in terms of Section 15 of the money bill that we must actually assist with the evaluation of the budget. And then it is also stated in Section 15 that the director can decide on any other research that might be needed to reach specific objectives. So I think we must be open also to accept ad hoc requests from the members of Parliament to do specific research in specific circumstances. Last year in September, we didn't know that we will be wearing masks now in our meetings. So as a budget officer, I doubt whether we would have planned to do research on the impact of COVID. But now COVID happened, and obviously we must adapt. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, would you agree that budgeting is a political exercise? If you do, where does that start and end? If you don't agree, why not?
Yeah, in the end, I will agree that it is a political exercise, and because Parliament, and especially the ruling party, still decides on policy. So as a budget office or as technical people, we can put the facts on the table, but it is still, in the end, the prerogative of government and of the Parliament and the second house to make a political decision on that. But I think the role of us as technocrats is to make sure that we give the politicians all the tools that is needed to make the optimum decision that will benefit the country. Because that is why I also applied. I feel it is a position where I can use my expertise to make a difference. I'm no longer interested to do research for the sake of research. I want to do research that can be implemented and that will make a difference in our beautiful country. Because I still believe, and I think we all believe it, South Africa is a magnificent country with lots of potential, but we face a difficult situation currently, and we must be very vigilant in terms of policy.
Thank you, Honorable Abraham. Honorable Joseph, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mossad, I would like just to follow up on the one point you raised earlier about stabilizing and reducing of public debt. Of course, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Tito Mboweni, made reference to that in the 2019 budget when he said there were 6 fundamental prescripts, of which stabilizing and reducing public debt is important. So in your view, what are the prospects and the challenges of this approach? particularly now with the outbreak of COVID-19? In other words, how would government be able to manage this debt levels against the public expenditure and the slow economic growth against the social spending to poverty inequality that you've raised yourself? Can you comment on that, please? Thank you.
Okay, I have a graph here. I would have loved the opportunity to show to the members, but it basically indicates that in 2001 financial year, the debt service cost was approximately 21% in the economy. And during the years of Trevor Manuel, he managed to reduce the debt service cost to around 8-9%. And that is very important because the money that is spent on debt repayment crowds out more important spending priorities. Then since 2008-9, over time we had a gradual increase, and in the 2019-20 year, the debt repayment as a percentage of revenue was around 15%. After COVID, we are back at 21%, where we started in 2000. So the situation is quite dire. In terms of debt to GDP, in 2009-10, just after the global financial crisis, our debt to GDP ratio was in the vicinity of 26%. Over time, it gradually increased, where we expected it in the 2021 financial year to be approximately 81.8%. Due to COVID, the Treasury forecasted that if we stay on the current business as usual as a country in terms of expenditure and revenue, because I've already indicated the budget have two sides. I already indicated on the revenue side there's limited scope for the minister to maneuver. Expenditure, we face huge challenges in terms of the needs in the country. So it's a very difficult balancing act. But if we continue, so I don't want to say the solution is obvious, because I think if the solution was so obvious, we would have implemented it as government. But we face a challenge that if we continue in the same vein, the debt to GDP ratio, according to Treasury, in the June supplement budget will be 140%. But Minister Mboweni also said, no, but there's an active scenario. And the forecasts are like in the 80s. And eventually, we will stabilize 23-24 at 87.4%, and then it will gradually decline to 73.5%. Now, because I was an academic, I still follow the academic debates. And a friend of mine, Prof. Lee Berger, who is a pro-vice chancellor of poverty and the head of the School of Economics at COFSIS, did an analysis on these numbers. And obviously, I had to make a few assumptions. And the assumptions, to cut it short, was basically to say he assumed that the forecasted growth rates for the current year and the MTF is, it took the growth rates as projected by Treasury, and then he assumed that we will reach 2.5% growth on an annual basis until 2030. He then indicated that we need to run a primary surplus in a budget of approximately also around 2.5% to reduce the debt to GDP ratio, which will be a huge challenge because for the last, say, since 2008, we are running a primary deficit because we spend more, expenditure is higher than revenue, excluding interest payments. And his conclusion was that it will be, to link to the previous question, it will be politically unsustainable to reduce expenditure to the extent that that will be needed to get to this scenario. And according to his calculations, which I cannot criticize or fault at this stage, we will struggle to come under 100%. Okay, debt to GDP ratio, and it obviously depends on the actual growth that will surface in it. But currently, 2.5% is already a long shot, because currently we are struggling with our growth rates in the last 5 years to even reach 2% or 2.5%. But in the last 100 years, our average long-term growth potential was between, say, 3 and 3.5%. So it should be possible to come back to that. But with our current constraints with electricity and COVID and the related, it is a challenge. So to answer your question directly, I think the truth is in the middle. We won't reach the worst case scenario or the passive scenario that was highlighted in the June supplementary budget. But I'm afraid to say to my colleagues at Treasury, the active scenario is maybe a bit too positive. But obviously it's a moving target. Things can change, but currently it will be, highly unlikely that we will reach the active scenario.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chazes. Honorable Lewis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. I enjoyed that analysis. Let's just go to some of the strategic leadership and management aspects of the job that you're applying for.
Yeah.
Managing key stakeholder relationships is an important responsibility of the Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office. Sometimes, as I'm sure you know, stakeholders can be demanding, difficult, unreasonable. How will you build relationships and manage often unreasonable stakeholder expectations and demands? You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm actually glad that our session is broadcasted, because it is my mission to change the public's perception of government employees. I'm very frustrated when I, on the social media, read the comments about government, and government is such, and government is so, and so, and so, because that's not true. We are in a very difficult situation. Stakeholder management is one of my strengths. In all the jobs, while I was in the Northern Cape, and currently, I'm very strong in terms of building networks. And I will already bring this network of stakeholders to the table if I'm appointed. And I think it is a case that you must be brutally honest with your stakeholders. I think in terms of government, we sometimes try to soft soap issues. In one of my previous jobs, my job was to evaluate business plans. And my predecessor used to tell the people, no, your application is in process. It's in process. I said, no, it's not in process. I will take a decision, and I will inform you about my decision, and I will explain my decision, and in 90% of cases, the people will be happy. And the public is a key stakeholder of government. And it often happens, like for instance, in my role in terms of enterprise development in Limpopo, to assist people to apply for loans at banks. And it's a highly contentious issue, because I won't mention names, but some of the banks are really risk averse. But I took it upon myself to go to the financial institutions and then to say, Mr. Lewis applied here for this loan, it was rejected, why? And then I would sit down with a stakeholder, which is a member of the public, and I will explain to him, sir, your skin must be on the line. You cannot expect government to give you 100% loan for your project. If it fails, government's tax money is down the drain. And if you make a profit, it's a one-way bet. We want some of your skin on the line. So if you come to us and say, okay, I will put in 20% of the capital, own capital, and then I'll get 80% from the NEF or from IDC or whomever, it will work. In the Northern Cape, I had a situation with a group of ladies who wanted 6 million rand from OPSA or from a bank, any bank, but by the way, I arranged a meeting with them and I said, let's make it very practical. You borrow me 1,000 rands, we will have one hell of a party this evening, and then I will repay you tomorrow. Where's my, no, we're not going to give you money. How do we know that you'll repay us? I said, but on the same principle, you go to the bank and you say to the bank, give me 6 million. But you don't tell the bank, you don't give the bank the assurance how you will repay the money. To cut a long story short, I also said to them, you all worked at this specific company before it went under, but there was only 2 managers and 28 of you were workers. So you must decide now who will be the managers and who's going to be the workers, because all of you are not going to be managers. But they understood the message. And 3 months later, that business was up and running, and we created 30 jobs in the process. But it was managing through stakeholder relationships. Because what do we do as government? What often happens in government is we will tell the people, okay, as government, we have a few support agencies. There's CEDA, there's CIFA, there's the IDC, there's the NEF. Take your pick and, but if the guy had the knowledge and the aptitude and the background to apply from those financial institutions, they would have done that. So as a government employee, in terms of managing the relationships, it must be clear. I think in terms of the role of this office, a big stakeholder is the universities, because we can benefit a lot as government from research that was done at universities. And in some of my previous roles, universities even agreed that if we give them bursaries, they will do research on topics that fits the purpose of the relevant administration. So there's different possibilities. But there it is also a case that you must be open and honest and ask the difficult questions to say, if we collaborate with the University of the Free State, will there be financial implications? What will the financial implications be? And ask the difficult questions so that we are open and honest in our relationship and that it is in the end mutually beneficial for both of us.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to an earlier comment that you made and ask you this question. One of the concerns that I have about your analysis, although it's excellent, is that because you have come such a long way and have such a distinguished career in government, that you are quite deferential to the views of government. Whereas the Parliamentary Budget Office is supposed to stand on its own 2 feet as a strong and independent voice. Yeah. So I just want to get your comment on that view and whether you feel that you would have the scope and feel confident enough to say to take positions which are contradictory to that taken by the National Treasury, or to produce research or modeling or statistical analysis which contradicts National Treasury.
Yeah, I think that is obvious. That is not a problem to me. I think my approach would be to do, in terms of research, would be to do the research that I think that will benefit the country the most, that will be the best. And because, and especially in terms like in my current environment and in my previous environment in the Northern Cape, I was obviously much stronger in terms of technical know-how, in terms of economics. And I put it onto myself to say, I must maintain my professional standards as an economist, even as an academic economist, because I don't believe that you get government research and academic research. Research is research, and you must do it properly. And obviously, sometimes it will be difficult, because in my doctorate, one of the issues was, should banks be regulated by the market or by how much should it be supervised, etc., etc. I think in terms of fiscal policy, that is also a very critical issue at this stage. What should the role of government be? What is inclusive growth, etc., etc., etc. And I also don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me. So I appreciate debate. And even if I present in my current position as head of the macroeconomic analysis unit, and one of my treasury colleagues wants to ask a question, they are free. Because I think we should, I always say, if you are an economist and everybody agrees with you, you should worry. Because, you know, that old joke about people want a one-handed economist, because we always say, on the one hand and on the other hand. But I'm not a one-handed economist, unfortunately.
Thank you. Honorable Peters. We'll take question number 7.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mostert, if you are appointed into this position of a director for PBO, how will you, as the executive or the accounting authority or officer, safeguard the independence and integrity of the Parliamentary Budget Office? Taking from what Honorable Hill Lewis has indicated, that there is a need to be able to decipher or to be able to give members of Parliament an objective view related to what National Treasury probably would have presented before them. But also remember, this is a very small office as at present, and you have also indicated the need to rely on universities for research. And would those universities not influence the outlook then of the Parliamentary Budget Office or the director of the Parliamentary Budget Office to an extent where you then end up being biased to higher education budgets? And I'm raising this because of the consistent indications from your part on the role of universities and the importance of research.
Yeah.
Yes, research is very important, but I would believe that it is also important for this Parliamentary Budget Office to have its own standing or gravitas. Thank you.
Now, I think to answer the question.
Sorry, just before you answer, it's 5 minutes.
Okay. While we were here in exile in our holding room, I think I was very impressed to learn that there's approximately 4 or 5 PhDs on the staff there, and I'll add mine also. So I think it is a very strong team in terms of research, and in terms of capacity. We shouldn't have the necessity to approach universities to do research, etc. We should be able to do it in-house. And currently, my current position, we do all the research in-house. We don't appoint consultants or whatever to do the research. I do it with my 2 staff members, and that's it. And I think we are currently, well, in the Limpopo administration, a unit that is producing the highest research output, and it is all in-house. So I think that is not the problem. I think where the universities come in is maybe the guy is doing his doctorate, like a guy in Stellenbosch did a doctorate on fiscal rules and the relevance of fiscal rules and what. So instead of us reinventing the wheel, we can invite him to come and present his doctorate, but we will still make our own independent professional evaluation of the research. Because like Professor Fourie, my mentor, said, he always talked about truth with a capital letter T. Now the universities are not coming to us with the truth with a capital letter T. They also have a kind of, it's another opinion. And I think it is also in the Money Bills Act that if the budget office feels as director that there is undue political pressure to influence the work of the budget office, that it is my responsibility in terms of the act to raise that with the relevant oversight committees to make sure that we can stay neutral and objective.
Parliament being a multi-party driven institution, how would you balance the interests of different parties that are operating within that particular space, but also having to do work for 4 different committees that straddle the NCOP as well as the National Assembly? How would you be able to balance the work there?
I think maybe I'm a bit naive, but from my current experience dealing with portfolio committees, COPAs, etc., on a provincial level, often when it comes to reality, the political differences tend to filter away because we all face the same reality and we face the same challenges. And I once saw, still in the days when we had the CODISA negotiations, and there was a bit of friction between President Mandela and the clerk. There was a picture in a newspaper of a boat, and both of them were in the boat. So if you pull the plug, both of us are going down. But I agree that it will be a challenge in terms of accommodating the different views of the, working with the different political parties. And it is a situation that I will have to carefully manage. But obviously I will be open for advice from my advisory committees in terms of if I face challenges in that regard.
Chairperson.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Let me try my own. Dr. Mossad, so much has been made about, for instance, your low debt to GDP ratio in the early 2000s. Your very low debt servicing costs in your early 2000s. Your very low deficit, primary deficit at that time. Now, I would like to hear you. At what cost did we get that? The opportunity cost of doing that as far as development is concerned. Were we not so much concerned about balancing and making sure that those ratios are as low as they are?
Yeah.
But would you say that that was a good strategy for a developing country with all the challenges that we had at the time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the direct opportunity cost is that the money that you are spending to service debt could have been prioritized for more important issues like health, education, or social development that will have a bigger impact on the on the economy than servicing debt. Then there's also the issue about how do we finance the debt? Because if we finance debt in the basically South African money market, it puts an additional demand on money, and if the demand for money increases, it will put upward pressure on interest rates. And if interest rates increases, there will be marginal investment projects that will no longer be viable and sustainable. So in that process, government is crowding out private sector investment. And because of this problem of, say, lower investment expenditure due to the higher interest rates, the macroeconomic multiplier, or the impact of government on income or GDP will be smaller. And in the process, government is actually shooting itself in the foot, because the impact of our government expenditure is now lower because of the fact that we are financing it, the debt financing, and also the way that we finance debt. If we finance it in overseas markets, which fortunately didn't happen too much, only about 10% of our debt is in foreign countries, you also face the risk, currency risk, in terms of repayments. And the counter-argument, on the other hand, the counter-argument is to say about countries like America have a ratio of 120% debt to GDP. Why are you complaining about 60%? But the argument, we must remember that in America, interest rates are very low. They only pay 2 or 3% interest on their debt. So although the ratio is much higher, our debt repayment cost is much higher than, in terms of interest rates, than in foreign countries. So that is a challenge. And the other challenge that we face in South Africa is also on our balance of payments, because on the balance of payments, we are running a deficit now for years, and to make that good, we need foreign direct investment from foreign countries. But currently, the inflows in South Africa is portfolio flows. So people are basically investing in the stock exchange. But as we have seen in the last, say, 6 months or whatever, when the view about South Africa changes, they can withdraw the money, and if that is really bad, we will be struggling to balance the balance of payments, and that will obviously create havoc. We will eventually have higher interest rates, the rand will start to depreciate against foreign countries, and we'll have serious trouble. So that is why we are so worried about the debt to GDP ratio. Because like I've said, in 2001-2, 20% of government expenditure was on the repayment of debt. And I'm speaking under correction, I don't have the numbers with me, but I think it's only the expenditure on education that was comparable in size than the repayment of debt. So the repayment of debt was the biggest expenditure item in the budget. And no country can be satisfied with that. And especially since we are a developing country facing serious, the triple challenge of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, we can unfortunately not afford that.
I'm not going to make a meal out of it. One of the things which is being raised, for instance, one of the things that we postponed was the question of reinvesting in energy generation. And as they would say, that today we are reaping the bitter fruits of not investing at that time, borrowing money and invest in energy generation, and very much concerned about the your macroeconomic ratios. Brief comment, very brief, and I want us to.
Yeah, in terms of investment in energy generation, I think the biggest challenge is in terms of the way that we operate in South Africa is basically that if you want to sell electricity, you must get approval from NERSA. And in a sense, Eskom was like, with all due respect, protecting their turf. So they were not really keen to open up for independent power producers to start to produce. And maybe that is one of the ways that we can look at our energy challenge, is to say, let's open the opportunity, even for private households. If I have a few, like in Uppington, where it's like the radiation is very good, I have a few PV panels on my roof. If I generate more electricity with the PV, that I can sell it back to the grid. But that is not currently possible in South Africa. But if you go to countries like Germany, even a normal household can put energy back into the grid and get a discount on their energy bill. Because we must also remember that in terms of Eskom, is that they are now struggling with Kusile and Medupi, but our whole fleet of power stations was built in the 1970s. Yeah, so it's an interesting challenge.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Njadu, can you please take the last question, question number 8?
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, Dr. Doc Mostert. Doc, this question it will be in relation of the position and the demands of this position that you have applied for. So given this, the nature of this position, the question is that, can you tell us about a time when you were required to make a complex, unpopular or tough decision in your previous employer? And what kind of process did you follow when making such a complex decision? And how did you manage various interests which were affected by your unpopular decision? Doc, we will have 8 minutes for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, a case in point was a project that I was requested to project manage. I'll not give too much detail, but the project was so notorious that people that were previously involved in the project didn't want to share information with me. And people were calling me and say, but, hey, you're mad. Why are you taking up that project? So I said, there's no problem. I'll just manage the project according to the PFMA, according to the supply chain regulations, and that is the end of the story. Okay, and although there was also political pressure, I also responded to that to say, if you look at the nature of the project, it is not a project that anybody can run. And if you don't have experience in that industry, you can quickly lose 20 million rands a month there. Okay, so you will not do your friend a favor by involving him in that project. I was also involved in a process where I was involved in a project and I accidentally uncovered mismanagement or stroke corruption. It was really difficult, but I followed my conscience and irrespective of the consequences, I stuck to my guns and I shared information, and eventually, yeah, it was brought to book and it was managed effectively. And although it was very difficult, because it almost happened accidentally, but I stick to my guns and said, okay, well, I opened this can of worms. It is now my baby to sort out the can of worms. I cannot say, oh, yeah, but this is now too tough or too sensitive or whatever. I decided to stick to my guns. And eventually, the situation was managed. I don't see differences or as a problem, like I previously said. We can discuss issues and we can come to an amicable solution, although it can be very tough. But I always say to my kids, the test of your character and integrity is in those situations where you are basically on the spot and you must still tell the truth. That is a test for integrity. So I have integrity, and therefore I must live according to my value system.
Are you done, Doc?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Doc, if you are covered with your response, then I will say thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Honourable.
Thank you so much, oral members. Thank you, Doc. You would have known that there was a public process. There's vetting. There's probate that is taking place. So the committee is still waiting for those results. We haven't received them. So for us to be able to complete the picture, we must have those results. So the other arm of the state is busy with that. So we're still waiting for that before we finalize the process. But before I thank you, do you have any question for us?
No, I just want to thank the panel for your time. It's very busy people, and for the opportunity to present myself here today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Doc. We also appreciate you taking time and engaging with these honorable members. Thank you so much. We'll keep in touch about the outcome of the interviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One Caesar. Dr. Orlandi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Welcome, and thank you for waiting for such a long time, and thank you for availing yourself. I thought you'll come in your red gown today. Okay. As you are quite familiar with all the honorable members, as I said, that thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview. Just relax. People that you have dealt with for a long time, but perhaps just to break, to start the process in about 5 minutes. Who is Dr. Orlandi?
Thank you, Chairperson. You know me. I'm currently working in the PBO, but just to give you more a background of where I come from, I truly believe that my educational background, as well as my skills and almost 40 years experience in government, has prepared me for this position. And this position is actually twofold. Firstly, it's about providing strategic direction to the office to support the committees of the money bills responsible for the Money Bills Act. And secondly, it's also to oversee the team. And the director of the PBO is also responsible for the administration of the office and the management of the office. So just in terms of my own technical and personal abilities, I've completed my PhD last year in October, and members, I can assure you to do such a big project in a 2-year period time, you really need to be, you must have perseverance, you must have project management skills. And the topic of my thesis was to determine the administrative reforms required for the implementation of the NDP. And members, I really had to be creative to develop methodology, because methodology doesn't really exist to analyze such a document. I had to be creative to determine a methodology to analyze and basically to determine the blockages that are currently existing to implement the National Development Plan. But having said that, the big challenge was also to communicate my findings in such a clear manner, and also to make recommendations to government, basically to reduce the blockages to implement the National Development Plan. And in terms of our previous director was mainly in the forefront in terms of communication, but he believed to also give his people, our team, the opportunity to grow. And from the beginning of the start-up of the Parliamentary Budget Office, I was responsible for the development of the strategic and annual performance plan, but also responsible for the implementation of the plan, and I'm currently also doing it. And in terms of the duties of the office, members, you know that the PBO is actually an advisory unit. And to be able to advise members of Parliament, you have to work in a team. It's very important to have skilled members in the team, and you also need to have a good leader leading the team to be able to provide that advisory service, and I'm ready for that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I can see you are raring to go. The questions are still going to point you to some of the things that you are telling us now. I will ask Honorable Militsane to take the first question.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Doctor. In 10 minutes, the Parliamentary Budget Office is now almost 10 years since its inception. What will you regard as its prospects and challenges? In your answer, also indicate what should be prioritized if the Budget Office is to fulfill its function. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. At this stage, members, you know, the Parliamentary Budget Office has faced a lot of challenges. Firstly, we lost our director, which also caused an absolute break in a total break in communication. And what it also caused is a break in our process flow in the office. And at the same time, when our director left, we also established the Sixth Parliament. And what that means is that we actually got a total new client base to serve with the Sixth Parliament. So we faced a lot of challenges. And your question is what prospects are further. With the first startup of the office, we basically really wanted to establish the office and to assist members. But now we've reached a stage that we can actually move forward in terms of where we currently are. What basically is also required is that currently our office, because of the break in communication, there was a lot of insecurity in the office because of the break. And what we really need now, after the start-up period has been passed and all this break and changes and challenges to the office, is to start building the team again. At this stage, it's not really time to make big changes. We still need to have to rebuild and open up all our communication challenges with members of Parliament, with the executive, as well as with the administration of Parliament. I'm not sure if you also want me to go into the how we serve the committee, or just in terms of the administration of the office, because there are a lot of opportunities also how we can assist members to improve how they do their job in terms of the implementation of the money bills. And some of that are really to look at the processes and mechanisms that are in place, and how we can assist members in terms of additional information that can inform rigorous debates in Parliament, but also to improve the efficiency of the oversight of our committees. And there are also a lot of gaps in the current system, especially in the budget system, how we can assist members or inform members basically to make informed recommendations. So I'm not sure if you want me to go into that as well at this stage, or whether there are further questions that...
Doctor, you still have time if you want to expatiate them. Might get yourself.
Okay, I can go on. So in terms of some of the gaps that has been identified, members, you know that the implementation of the money bills is basically all about the budget process. And what I also discovered is that the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act is supposed to provide a procedure to amend money bills. But I'm not convinced that is what the money bills is currently doing. what it actually is doing is providing a procedure to process money bills that has already been amended. Because when the legislative process starts, the Minister of Finance actually already tables amended budget bills or money bills. So we really have to think, and when I say we, the Budget Office, in consultation or in assisting the members of these committees, is to start be proactive in terms of the budget process, because it's basically during the budget process that amendments are made. And the process starts with a planning process where departments are starting to review their programs and their projects and make changes. But we are not involved in that process at all. We don't even get any information because it's not a transparent process. This process is run by the DPME, and I haven't seen any guideline to any department in terms of how the DPME actually guides the planning process. In terms of the next stage of the budget process is the formulation of the budget. That process is run by the National Treasury, but the National Treasury is focused on numbers. They don't really look at the planning. Previously, before 2016, the monitoring and evaluation or the planning section was in the Treasury, and then we in the guidelines we got guidance on the priorities in terms of spending, but lately it's almost like we're not really informed about how departments, especially national departments, are guided in terms of the priority areas, priority policies, and how to make the changes in terms of their planning. So in terms of the budget process, the Treasury starts with developing the guidelines and sending out guidelines, which are very informative, because those guidelines can be used to actually evaluate the draft budgets. And also what we can also get involved with is one of the very, very useful processes in that budget process during the formulation is the medium-term expenditure committee meetings. Those meetings are very informative. The Treasury have one-on-one meetings with departments. Departments needs to come and explain their needs in terms of allocations, their priorities, and also in terms of how they want to change their program structures. The Treasury actually collates a summarized report of these MTEC meetings, and I think the PBO should not get involved in the Treasury process, but it will be very useful if we can also analyze and assess those documents and come and present to committees. It can either be through the Parliamentary Budget Office or through the National Treasury. So then we move on to the legislative process, and this is when the Minister of Finance actually table his documents. And members, as I said, then those documents are already amended. Our committees must just then approve those amendments. And before the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, members did not have access to the Parliamentary Budget Office or an institution that can inform them of the consequences of those amendments and the change that has been made. But now, luckily, with the Money Bills Act and the establishment of the PBO, we can assist members with the consequences of the changes that has been made. So when the legislative process starts is when the medium-term budget policy statement is tabled together with the adjustments budget. And as I said, members, if we were more informed already and proactive in terms of the planning processes and also the outcome of the draft budgets, because the Treasury have negotiations on draft budgets. Those are not, we don't have access to those draft budgets. So if we could have been proactive in terms of the MTech process or the outcome of the MTech process, the members could have been more informed already when the MTPPS is published in terms of the priority areas and also in terms of what departments in themselves prioritize in terms of their own plans and spending. At this stage also, the Minister of Finance tables the adjustments budget. And I really want to promote or ask members that that process needs to be much more rigorous. Because during the adjustments budget process, what it actually means is that if your main budget was actually credible, why come up with a lot of adjustments six months later after you've starting to implement the process? And what I've also picked up during the processes within Parliament, how we process money bills, is in the House and also in the NCOP, when they look at the appropriations bill and the adjusted appropriations bill, the Houses goes through those bills vote by vote, and that is something that we miss. We don't actually do that in our committee meetings. So members, I can still go on and on in terms of changes we can bring and going forward, also in terms of implementing the National Development Plan. But perhaps I can get another opportunity to explain my views.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mletsane. Honorable Abraham, can you please take the next question, number 2?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Doc. If I may ask, South Africa is believed by others to be a developmental state. Others say it's on its way there. What are your views regarding that? And maybe while you are at it, can you indicate, I'm sorry, what the country has done in order for it to improve the taxation system to address the country's socio-economic challenges? Thank you, Chair.
How much time does Doc have?
Okay. 7 minutes, thank you.
Okay. In terms of the developmental state, members, I really think that we as these committees need to take the implementation of the National Development Plan forward. And to do this, we need strong leadership. What I mean by that is, like, the implementation of the National Development Plan is the competency of the presidency, especially to develop national and macro policies for the country, which needs to be implemented through the mechanisms and systems and processes that are currently in place in government. And in terms of the process, the budget process is ideal to implement the National Development Plan. And we all know that the first 5-year implementation plan, the medium-term strategic framework, the implementation was very slow. And whether I will become the new director of the budget office, or just being the Deputy Director, I will definitely start with analysing, and I actually have started already with a new 5-year medium-term strategic framework. And the first priority of the new medium-term strategic framework is to ensure that we have a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So what does that basically mean? Capable, we need to have the right people in the right positions. We need to have the mechanisms and processes and systems in place. And in terms of ethical, we really need to start value the constitutional values and the rule of law. In terms of a developmental state, members, the most important part of being a developmental state is to make sure that you know the needs of the people. You need to make people active citizens, and also to promote participation of our people. And so therefore, I really think we need to start the analysis and take priority 1 of the new medium-term strategic framework forward and really acknowledge it as the most important priority of government over the next 5 years, because I believe that will be an enabler of to implement all the other priorities that has been set by the 2019-24 medium-term strategic framework, and also in terms of our national development plan. And the next question was in terms of taxation policies.
Yes, I'm sorry, Chair, and maybe in the process of answering that, could you include an element of whether there has been a concept of progressive tax measures in the country, and what are they? And just to also add, as you respond to the question, the experiences that you know of from other countries.
Our tax system is definitely viewed as being progressive. On an annual basis, our tax policies are adjusted really in terms of to assist the lower income levels. I haven't done a lot of research in terms of other countries, but I believe our tax system are also in line with other tax policies and in terms of other countries. But our tax system is very progressive. But there were a lot of debates in terms of the increase in VAT, that's not progressive, and there was a lot of discussions around that. But definitely, I believe our system is progressive and considering the lower income citizens of the country, and basically trying to take from the rich to give to the poor, if I can state it in a simple manner.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Abraham. Honorable Joseph, please take the next question.
Thank you, Chairperson, and afternoon, Dr. Orlandi. I would like to focus on a particular point in our experience in our country, namely the outbreak of the COVID-19. It has led to bring us to a critical question. Is it now time to consider zero-based budgeting system in the country? Is it advisable to approach institutions like the IMF or the World Bank or BRICS for loans to help our country deal with the economic impacts? of COVID-19. What is your response to this question?
Honorable Joseph, how much time do you give the
You
doc?
have 5 minutes to answer this question.
Honourable Member, South Africa has also been hit very hard by COVID-19, and we had to respond immediately. And the biggest challenge was that there was no historic information or experience in terms of how to handle COVID-19. The first phase definitely was just an immediate response to make sure that we still have or maintain our economy, but also to prevent the pandemic or to spread fastly. And I'm convinced that our government has done very well in terms of how we handled it. The only challenge was now that we could see now is the effect on the economy. Last week I actually looked at some of our revenue reports in terms of the first 2 months. Our revenue actually collection was like really, I think, between 3 and 4% in terms of total revenue that was estimated. But in June, I actually was very amazed that the revenue collection actually increased to 9%. It's not at the levels that we wanted, but 9% if we can continue, because 9% is basically almost like a norm if you divide it by 12 in terms of linear collections. But what was also interesting in terms of the revenue collections, there are quite a bit of more revenue, or the new revenues that has been collected, which was still really on par in terms of the targets that has been set. But what your question is actually also is about, should we borrow money? At this stage, we don't have a choice to borrow money, but we are actually, the reason why we are borrowing is really because of our new estimates of the loss in revenue, because of the economic activities was actually very slow, and it actually stopped for the last few months. And as I indicated, especially in April and May, but one really could see in June there was a bit of improvement in revenue collection. So to me, it will be very interesting to see the new revenue estimates in the medium-term budget policy statement, basically to judge whether we're really going to undercollect by 400 billion as initially estimated. So to be able to still achieve our obligations or our statutory responsibilities, unfortunately, we will have to borrow, because we do have obligations in terms of our budget and in terms of our expenditure plans at this stage, and especially in terms of 2020-21. Going forward, our situation might improve, especially in terms of revenue collection. But members, it's not just about that we don't have any revenue. It's just that over the medium term, revenue collection is estimated to grow slower, and therefore we also have to grow our expenditure slower. So instead of having a 7% increase, as was estimated when the budget was tabled, the collection is now a bit slower. And I haven't asked you zero-based budgeting. Definitely there are place for zero-based budgeting, but we do not have the capacity to go back to basically do a zero-based budget of the entire budget in terms of all programs and all departments. But also in terms of the budget process, there is a place to do reviews and evaluations. And I'm convinced that if you do a proper review, that will give a very good indication of which programs needs to go back to zero-based budgeting. And the Treasury also promised that they will do reviews, but in terms of the guideline, it's not clear where they will start with the reviews. But I think departments also have to produce their own reviews and their own programs, and basically then take decisions where they need to go in terms of zero-based budgeting. But there is definitely place for zero-based budgeting in the budget process and the cycle.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Lewis.
Thank you, Doctor. Also 5 minutes for this question. If you were to be appointed the director of the PBO, how will you ensure that the PBO provides support to Parliament in its oversight role throughout the whole budget cycle? And then, as an add-on to that, what are the key objectives in your mind underpinning South African budget policy? Thank you.
I will start with the mandate of the Parliamentary Budget Office. We do get our mandate from the Money Bills Act, which is basically to assist members to implement the Money Bills Act. And when we developed our strategic plan, we basically, in terms of the outputs that we've developed for the office, I believe it's truly in line with the mandate of the office, and we considered the entire budget process. So we started with the medium-term budget policy statement. So our first output, which is the standard output, is in terms to present to members a pre-medium-term budget policy analysis. And this is not to preempt what might be in the medium-term budget policy statement. It's really, we consider a lot of things, not just what might be in the MTBPS, but to us it's also very important to make sure that members have enough information to have a discussion on the medium-term budget, on the MTBPS. So firstly, we start off with updating members with the progress with the implementation of the current budget, because that will definitely inform budgets going forward. We concentrate on the policy priorities as presented by the State of the Nation address. We look at now with the new medium-term strategic framework, we will definitely concentrate on the priorities that has been set in for the new 5 years. So when the MTBPS is tabled, we do that kind of correlation. Does the priorities that has been indicated for funding are in line with the priorities of the country? What we also focus on in our pre-MTPPS is, the Treasury is basically the only institution that forecasts revenue. So we are not forecasting revenue, but we developed a model that in terms of the model that we have, we could identify or calculate the error, the possible error over time in terms of the revenue estimates. So when we do our pre-MTPPS, we basically also indicate to members in terms of historic information that this is what the error was, and statistically we basically determine what are the possibilities that the revenue collection will be within this 50% threshold or the 90% threshold. We've developed a little model also using historic information, just to try and get an estimate of what the actual revenue for the current year might be, the actual outcome. So those are some of the things that we include, but also during the year, we pick up things and we keep abreast with policy. We look at AG reports and we try and include all of that into our pre-MTPPS reports to give a holistic picture of what is important for members to take forward. Obviously, we also provide members with an update on the economy. That was our pre-MTPPS. MTPPS, we do analysis, and sometimes it feels that we are providing exactly what the Treasury is doing. But that is not the case, because members, I also indicated that previously the committees only had access to the information from the executive. They didn't have access of an independent office. So even if it's the same information, you then can be sure that it's the correct information. Although we always try to, where Treasury might just give you a growth rate over a period of time, we might also provide you with growth rates on a year-on-year basis, which they don't present, because that also tells the story in terms of the budget process. Okay. We do a pre-budget analysis, and we also then do our budget analysis. But members, with the MTPPS, what I also indicated before is that the importance of the adjusted appropriations bill and the analysis of the appropriations bill. This year we did a lot of, okay.
Thank you, Honorable Lewis. Honorable Peters, can you take the next question, please?
Dr. Nelia Oland. Good afternoon. My question is related to what the Minister of Finance said during the 2019 budget speech. Minister Tito Mboweni indicated that the budget is built on 6 fundamental prescripts, one of which is stabilizing and reducing public debt. In your view, Dr. Olandi, what is the prospects and challenges of this approach with the outbreak of COVID-19? You know that the government declared a state of national disaster and also introduced support packages to different sectors of society to be able to mitigate against COVID-19, but without losing the minister's injunction for stabilizing stabilizing and reducing public debt. What is your take on this matter? And you've got 5 minutes to respond to this question.
Honourable Member, for the past few years, government is definitely running a deficit budget. But over the past 10 years, our deficit was actually a stable deficit. And what that means is the difference between the revenue collection and expenditure provides us with a deficit. And if we run a deficit budget, we need to borrow for that deficit, for that shortcoming in terms of or the difference between the revenue and expenditure. But what COVID-19 did, and what we also spoke about, is that our revenue collection dropped drastically, which caused the difference between our expenditure obligations and what we estimate we're going to collect as revenue, a drastic difference, which means that we have to borrow more. And this is like really increasing our total debt to more than 80%, whereas in the past 10 years, we actually, our debt was stable at about 60%, which is almost like a normal threshold in terms of global standards. Going forward, I think it's very important to try and reduce our deficit on an annual basis, which also will assist in reducing our debt. The big thing with having such huge debt is the debt service cost, because at this stage our debt service cost is, I think, almost the fourth biggest expenditure item on our budgets. So what it means is that we are paying such a huge price for the debt and running such big deficits that it's actually taking money away from other priorities in our country, especially in terms of education and health, which is currently really should be a huge, or is one of the priorities in terms of our medium-term strategic framework over the next few years. And we're also taking away money from spending in infrastructure. And members, at this stage, we are not borrowing to spend on capital items. We actually are, at this stage, spending on recurrent expenditure, which means that we are deferring expenditure to future generations, which is not an ideal situation to be in. In terms of spending in infrastructure, at least we can create jobs, and it is an investment in the country.
Repeat us.
Just to add, members, so there are two ways to reduce the deficit. It's basically to increase revenue, either by being more efficient in terms of collection, or to expand in terms of our tax policies to collect more revenue. The other possibility is to reduce expenditure. But we do have obligations. And it's not just always just ideal to reduce expenditure. We need to continue to spend, but we need to make sure that we get value for money in the first place. We need to make sure that we spend efficiently and effectively. In previous years, one of our previous ministers of finance actually indicated every year in his budget speech, the minister was saying, members, we do have money. We do have enough money to spend on our obligations. But to me, that was always saying, but we are not spending efficiently and effectively. And what I also meant with we must take the NDP forward is basically saying that we need to spend where the money is going to have the biggest impact. But we also need to consider, can we actually determine whether the money is spent efficiently and effectively? Because at this stage, when I struggle to do an analysis on efficiency and effectiveness because of the lack of proper data and information. So that is also something that we really need to consider going forward in terms of improving our processes.
Thank you.
Dr. Olandi, if I may, you see, all this debt story in this question, if I listened to Honorable Peters very well, is coupled with COVID. That there was a black swan of COVID, and then hence the debt. Perhaps if I were to put it differently, if you were a Minister of Finance faced with this type of a challenge, something which was not, how would you deal with it again, at the same time looking at the question of your debt or debt to GDP ratio or the deficit? Do it in 2 minutes.
Honorable Buthelezi, yes, COVID had like a huge impact on our fiscal framework and on our debt. We need to start think about creative ways of being innovative to start recover and to try and improve going forward in terms of recovering, in terms of economic growth. Where we're going to start. The Minister actually indicated where we're going to start. We're going to start in terms of infrastructure. We're going to start in terms of our SOEs. We're also going to start with being more effective and efficient. Yes, so basically going forward, we really need to start to recover our economy, to improve our revenue collection, to improve investment, but also we indicated we cannot reduce expenditure. We still need to spend because in terms of spending, we also create economic activity. Yes, but we will have to take it step by step because this was a once-off incident. And we need to recover in terms of economic growth.
Thank you. Honorable Njati, can you please take the next question? I think it's question 6.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Olandi. Dr. Olandi,
Honorable Njati, please speak to the...
Or to the mic,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is it all right now? Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more, Dr. Olandi. Dr. Olandi, the question, we have 5 minutes for the question. I want to make a point in terms of stakeholder relationship, which is a very important responsibility of the Director of Parliamentary Budget Office. Now the question, Doc, is that in managing key stakeholders, at times, however, stakeholders can be very demanding and unreasonable. Describe how you will manage unreasonable stakeholders, expectations and demands. We have got 5 minutes, Doc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. For the last since 2014, I've been in the Parliamentary Budget Office, and so I've been working with committees so I've been exposed to the political environment, and then in the past, since I've started in the office, we also supported the the office of the Speaker, and I've also been involved in the entire legislative sector, which actually exposed me to the political environment. So our stakeholders and our customers are basically members of Parliament. And one of the challenges, or what was indicated, or the requirements of the Money Bills Act, is that the director of the budget office should immediately also report any political interference or executive interference to the executive. And that is also written into the performance agreement of the director of the budget office, to immediately, if there is any interference in the work of the office, that the office cannot do their work independently, it must be reported to the executive office. In terms of difficult clients, members, I think I've been long enough in government to be able to manage difficult clients. After 40 years, you really get a sense of people's needs. And I mean, how do you define a difficult customer? Yes, so in terms of my my experience, it's basically a difficult customer. It's difficult because he's got a specific need, just to make sure that we know exactly what the problems are, and then try and sit down and address the issue. But it's really to understand the issue and to listen to this difficult customer. Yes, and I mean, it's not throwing oil on fire. It's basically just to sit down and listen and try and solve the issues that, or the problem that came up in terms of a difficult customer. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question correctly, but is it about handling difficult customers?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Okay, Doc, I will then make. I think we have got some 2 minutes from the 5. A follow-up question, Chair, is Doc, you're taking action, in terms of you to meet the expectations of your stakeholders, and without compromising the independence of the office. How will you do that? You want to take action to satisfy the stakeholders, but in the same time not compromising the independence of the office.
Members, one of the criteria or request when you the requirements for this position is to be a fit and proper person. But what does it mean to be a fit and proper person? To me, it's a fit and proper person is a person with integrity, honesty, and a truthful person that you can rely on. And I truly believe that I'm a truthful person, and my team can always rely on me for inputs. But it also means to to make sure that you listen to people and to address the needs of people. And in terms of the truthful or the fit and proper person, what I also think this committee actually has put fundamental steps in place to basically determine whether the candidates are fit and proper, and also to basically look at the reputation of the candidates. And with my experience with members and my discussions and with members of Parliament, I definitely think that I've got a reputation of being fit and proper, or a reputation of being positive in terms of the work I do for Parliament. I'm very proud of my job in Parliament, and I'm always very positive in terms of my responsibilities within the Budget Office. But in terms of my it's also related to being fit and proper. If people do try and interfere with the office being independent and providing professional advice, I will definitely report it immediately as required of me in terms of my performance agreement, but also in terms of the Money Bills Act, because it is a requirement for the director to immediately report any interference in terms of doing independent analysis and advice to members on money bills.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Njatu. I see Honorable Njatu dealt with questions 6 and 7. I would ask Honorable Muletsane to deal with question number 8.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome once more, Dr. Hollandi. In 10 minutes, given the nature of the position and its demands, can you tell us about the time when you were required to make a complex, unpopular, or tough decision in your previous employer? And what kind of process did you follow when making such a complex decision? And how did you manage various interests which were affected by your unpopular decision?
Doc, you got the question. If you want or remember to repeat, you'll definitely do that.
Can I repeat myself? Okay, Doc. The question is as follows. Given the nature of the position and its mandate, meaning that this position is about it's a managerial post, can you tell us about the time when you were required to make a complex, unpopular, or tough decision in your previous employer, and what kind of process did you follow when making such a complex decision? And how did you manage various interests which were affected by your unpopular decision?
Members, in terms of how we currently, this is my previous position now as a Deputy Director, how we currently structure the work is, for example, I'm responsible for budget analysis in terms of the pre-analysis and the post-analysis. My other colleagues, one is responsible for pre-MTPPS and the other one for MTPPS. And when we started the office, a decision was taken that our reports should not be longer than 5 pages, because we really want to provide members with the correct information, and we do want members to read the reports. We also took a decision in terms of that we will only try and stick to 15 slides. But over time, when new members came into office, perhaps from research institutions, they were still in that mode of doing research. And when we started the Parliamentary Budget Office, it was clear that this is not just another research unit. We are here to really look at our client base and to assist our clients with their needs and to make sure that they are informed. Some of our members actually also think that we have to make recommendations, but we do not make recommendations. The Fifth Parliament was very clear. In terms of advice, it can be seen as making recommendations, but advice also means just providing the relevant information, and that was a decision that was taken. So I'm just sketching the background in terms of where we come from. And now with new staff and new members, we do have a problem. And I'm still in the mode of really being direct, and 5 pages, 15 slides. And then when you're responsible to coordinate a project and you get inputs from your team, then one member will provide you with 10 slides, or one of the group in terms of another one will provide you with 20 slides. And I mean, the entire presentation is supposed to be 15 slides. So what do? Do you just sit down and you just cut and just leave out other inputs? Because everybody in the team really want to see their slides in a presentation. So you have to take tough decisions. Normally we sit around a table and we discuss each and every slide. And then at that stage, you have to take a decision in or out. So yes, members, you think it's easy to come up with a really informed presentation of 15 slides because we really want members to get value from our presentations and our briefs and documents. But we really go through a rigorous process. And it's not we actually provide each and every analyst or the person, staff member that provided these slides to actually discuss these slides. So they get an opportunity to discuss these slides. And then as a team, we almost like vote. Is this, which slides are more relevant than the others? So you sit there, and if you are the coordinator, and you know you're not going to make 15 or 20 slides, but you must make the call. And you know people will be happy. So I'm not sure if lately you've seen that sometimes we say that, okay, let's do an annexure to the presentation. Those slides are still important. We know you really want to show members the slides, but we won't have time to discuss it when we do our presentation for the committee. So let's just move it down to the annexure so members can still have access to the information, but we won't have time to discuss it. Another option that we also give our analyst or the contributors to our projects is, please just do notes to your slides, or just do notes if you really want these 5 slides in, and we really value the input, because each and every input is professional. We only have professionals in the office. We value the input, but can you please reduce these 5 slides to 1 or 2? And if you can't, just provide us with notes in terms of these 5 slides, and we can also provide the members with the notes. Even if you just present 5 bullet points in a slide, but try and put the rest in notes, so that we don't lose the value of your input. Because members, each and every slide actually is almost like a little research brief. And everybody really wants, if you sit around that table, you can see this person is motivating, and we respect it. I definitely respect it, and I know you value it, because I also know the value that I actually attach to my slides if I actually provide my inputs to some of the other projects. So this is how we try, and this is how I really try to accommodate and value the inputs that we get from the other staff members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Dr. Orlando, I think in 2 minutes, just from my side, with all these interventions that we talk about, inequality is not improving. Poverty levels are still not improving. And you have got these honourable members who oversight what is happening in the executive. What is the main thing that you would like to leave with us for us to be able to achieve some of these things? What is it that you think is lacking, or what is it that you think we should do to try and achieve some of these things? Just 2 minutes. I won't hold you into it.
It's going to be difficult, because I really wanted to present my whole PhD to you now. Members have actually also spoke about it in terms of the implementation of the NDP. And we know that we do have a reputation of not implementing policy. So policy implementation to me is core in terms of reducing inequality, poverty, and unemployment. So some of the findings from our research, you know, our plans are fantastic plans, but members us now again with the new medium-term strategic framework, I also realize that when I look at it, it's a fantastic plan, but I really, the perception came up immediately when I looked at the plan, that this plan has not been developed by the executive or by government. The plan is definitely developed by consultants. What you find is the plan is talking a different language that our managers are used to. In terms of planning, we are used to concepts such as strategic goals, strategic objectives. We break it down to performance indicators and targets. The new medium-term strategic framework, again, it talks about outcomes, sub-outcomes, activities. And one of my findings also in the research was that the medium-term strategic framework was not linked to a budget. This time around, there's no improvement. Even if we told government that it's not aligned to a budget, the methodology that we use is we try to link the performance indicators to APPs of departments. And what we found is that only 36% of those indicators was in the APPs of the departments. So what does that mean? If it's not in an APP, it's not managed by a program, and it's also not funded. With the new medium-term strategic framework, trying to get a solution to this, basically what the consultants did is they added a column to the medium-term strategic framework, just a column to the tables. This indicator will be funded through the MTEF. That is not linking it to a budget. So what we really need to do is basically to integrate our National Development Plan, which addresses all of these issues that we have in the country, whether it's macroeconomic, whether it's socioeconomic. The NDP addresses all of it. So we need to ensure that the implementation plans are captured into annual performance plans and strategic plans, because the strategic plans and the annual performance plans are basically the tools for the implementation of policies. We do have a policy. We develop strat plans and APPs and budgets, and those are the mechanisms that we use to implement policy. So policy implementation is really key to be able to address all these issues that has been identified in terms of the needs in our country.
Thank you, Doc. Any question for the oral members from your side?
I have no questions to the panel. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
But let me thank you on behalf of the oral members for availing yourself again. And as you would know, that there's still some processes, for instance, the vetting and probity that is taking place, being done by another arm of government. We're waiting for that information. Once we have got all that information, the committee will decide, and then that will be communicated to you. But once more, thank you very much, and congratulations on your PhD. We saw it happening while you were here. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Honourable members, please, we have got one candidate to have a 10 minutes just stretch and grab a cup of tea. And can you please look at your watches? Yeah? When I say 5, it ends up being 10. Can we be seated in 8 minutes so that in 10 minutes we start?
It's better to remain on 5. Because if you say 8, it will be 16.
my watch is 18:01. So by 18:09, I'll be seated here, I promise you. afternoon. Prof, you are welcome. Thank you for the patience, though you have been here the whole day. And thank you for availing yourself to this interview. You are quite familiar with the honorable members who are here. But I think we need to do this. In less than 5 minutes, Prof, would just like to know who Professor Plaatjes is. Less than 5 minutes. And then after that, we'll be asking questions, the honorable members from one honorable member to the other. Just to make sure that we break the ice and be comfortable, just share with the honorable members who Professor Plaatjes is. Good evening.
I don't know. I know who I am, so you want to know who I am?
Yes.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, good afternoon. I basically a student and a practitioner in public finance, policy, governance, and public economics. I've worked in a number of state institutions within the administrations of the executive branch at provincial and national level. I spent some time in the National Treasury, Department of Public Health, first in Health and then in National Treasury sometime in the early 2000s. I was then tasked with the responsibility as co-administrator at that time as one of the DDTs with the CEO to establish the South African Social Security Agency. I left after managing the first big social grants tender. Then I went to Oversight. I was head of school of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management, which is now the Graduate School of Governance rather. And then went to work as a head of performance monitoring at the Director General level in the Free State, in the Premier's office. I was then seconded to assist the late Minister of Public Service and Administration, Roy Padiachi, Special Advisor. He passed away in Ethiopia. The Minister Lindiwe Sisulu took over. I will continue to be a special advisor there. And then after some time in the next term of change of government, I went to the Executive Director of the Human Science Research Council, responsible for service delivery, governance there. And then after that, I went back into the public administration as a special advisor to the Minister of Public Enterprises. And then, following that, I was then appointed by the President at the time as a part-time commissioner for the Finance and Fiscal Commission, and since 2017, that was 2013 as part-time commissioner. Since 2017, I've been a full-time chairperson. 1st July 2017, full-time chairperson of the Finance and Fiscal Commission. That's basically my professional and academic and student and practitioners roles that I've played in various parts of the post-apartheid democratic state. Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Honorable Abraham, can you please take us to the first question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Welcome, Dr. Plaatjes. Now, as you might know, the PBO is now in existence for 10 years this year. Now, what would you regard as its prospects and challenges? What are the prospects and challenges of this office? in your answer, please also indicate what should be prioritized if the budget office is to fulfill its function. Thank you, Chair. You have 10 minutes to respond to that.
Thank you for this question. I think the prospects of the Parliamentary Budget Office is rather clear in terms of that act with a long name, which is called the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act. So that big piece of legislation clearly guarantees the existence of the Parliamentary Budget Office. But as a result of that, it actually places huge challenges on the Parliamentary Budget Office. In particular, as it relates to the overall macroeconomic, fiscal, and monetary policy environment. I think one of the key challenges that this office has is that we're operating in a parliamentary proportional representative system. And because of that, the advice and the interaction that this PBO has, Parliamentary Budget Office has to, in many ways, transverse the structural problems that sits in Parliament because of the differences in political party representation. That's the first challenge that it faces. And I think one of the key values there is to be able to produce information, data, to produce evidence, and on the basis of that, facts on issues around the macroeconomic situation, fiscal policy and monetary policy that I indicated. Also part of the challenge is to be able to consistently reflect on key matters that faces the South African society, but also to be able to interact across the different parliamentary committees. In particular, what is very critical is to be able to interact with the 4 finance committees across the two houses of Parliament on the one hand. On the other hand, to be able to monitor what are the key issues that emerges out of the various priority programs, portfolio committees. And with that, I'm not diminishing the importance of other programs. I think they are where we are and what we've inherited. We need to look at economic infrastructure as a key area of where Parliament, through its policy and legislative interaction and monitoring responsibility and even the costing and pricing of economic infrastructure, is able to advise on those matters. And secondly, is to look across, again, all the parliamentary interactions with the administration to see exactly where are the infrastructure issues, social infrastructure issues that need to be looked at. I'm raising that because part of the role of this, my understanding is part of the role of this Parliamentary Budget Office is to be able to through information, through evidence, through facts, empower parliamentarians to interact on the macroeconomic framework, fiscal framework, interaction with around the medium-term budget policy statement, also the overall budget. The big issue in terms of going forward is that my experience working in the 2000s in the Treasury is that that budget is not magically put together. And I've heard parliamentarians argue around it. And clearly the Act provides a particular facility to do amendments wherever it can do that. But when the minister tables his budget, the experience that I had over years in the Treasury is that that day that the Minister tables his budget, we're already looking at the next year's budget. We're already starting in the Treasury working on next year's budget. Now, why am I raising that? There are thousands of people involved in tens of hundreds of people working on the budget. On one hand, it's in the economic sector, departments, it's in the social sector departments, it's people that works on assets and liabilities, looks at issues of debt, look at direct and indirect taxes. It's usually people that looks at policy, where the policy is evidence-based, but also where the policy is going to work, look at the policy design relative to policy outcomes, look at the financing and costing and pricing of those policies. So that's what's happening there. Now, when it comes to Parliament, the Parliamentary Budget Office and also the FFC, the Parliamentary Budget Office, are required to respond to the whole. And I think the disservice in that practice is that it would serve Parliament better if the Parliamentary Budget Office looks at the second, the third year. Because the first year are put together with, like I indicated, with a number of people, from economists to public finance to private investors, investor people that understand how the global markets work relative to assets and liabilities and the pressures that we feel within the country. So it would be better to focus on the second year and the third year, but using the first year of the budget as tabled by the Minister to help parliamentarians understand as to how you can actually influence the outer years. Because while the legislation gives the sense of you can actually change it, because of what I explained earlier, said earlier about the parliamentary system that we have, you have that particular tension that if you're not accepting the budget, it also creates an element of, is there a vote of no confidence in the President and the Executive? So those type of nuances needs to be understood in a way that the Parliamentary Budget Office doesn't play into that political space, but rather provides the evidence, the information, and the facts around what are the issues around that. Another key element of it is that if you don't have the data sets, how is it conceivable that you can actually make comments on a range of things that has been put together through the budget process? I mean, I'm amazed when people come in, saying that our model says that the debt to GDP is going to change, or the growth to GDP is going to change. And it comes to the Parliamentary Budget Office. Now, where do you get those data sets? Because that information there's a lot of information to be able to do that. So I think one of the key things to start doing is to think second year of that budget. And in any case, the medium-term expenditure framework, even with the shocks of COVID, will not change drastically. I mean, there's reprioritization that's going on now, there's repurposing that's going on now, but the medium-term expenditure frame is going to change. Why? Debt needs to be, we need to repay our debt. 2, we need to discompensate our employees, and then the compensation of employees is always a tension between the mandates committee, if it still exists, that deals with the salary issues in public service, relative to the MINCOM part, which is the Ministers' Committee and the budget. Always a tension between that. So, but that stuff that's going to remain in there. And then obviously there are other capital expenditure and other commitments to it. So the point I'm making is that I would prefer that there needs to be data provided, and there needs to be the issues of practice and issue of evidence, so you can actually see what's the policy questions here. And part of that's responsibility. I think what we keep on missing is Section 35 of the Public Finance Management Act requires any piece of legislation, any piece of policy to be costed. And over the years, departments get away with introducing fiscal burdens on the administration of the state. And that's why you have a situation that some programs are running far ahead of what's in the fiscal purse. So for me, those are the critical challenges that need to be looked at. But also, how do you square those tens of hundreds of people working on the budget, including people from the PIC, including people from the South African Reserve Services that informs government? You square that with 10 people working in the Parliamentary Budget Office. It's surely not going to work. Even though they're obviously at a high level, DDG level, highly paid, etc., etc. But it's the capacity, there's a skewness in the capacity to be able to do it. So you need to choose what can be done and not do everything. And for me, focusing on second and the third year, when the minister tables on the medium-term expenditure framework, is a better way of dealing with these things. Because if you don't have information on direct and indirect taxes, it's not going to work. And many times people don't understand the indirect tax issues. I mean, alcohol, there are lots of indirect taxes built into the alcohols to tax alcohol, you know. So, for example, so there are things there that, there are serious challenges, and I think there needs to be interaction, but also across the board there needs to be interaction in terms of what are the key things to focus on relative to the state of the nation and the priorities the president said, to what the Minister of Finance is doing, to what the big departments are doing. And look at the multiplier effect in terms of those financing within those departments for growth, to accelerate growth, and also to ensure there's productive gains and capital accumulation in those areas of work. And with that, obviously thinking about local production value chains. So for me, that would be the thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Joseph, can you please take us through the next question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Prof, you mentioned something about tax systems in a previous question. I just need to follow up on that. In the next 10 minutes, would like you to describe whether South Africa is a developmental state. You can choose whether it is or not. And based on your response, how would this country use the government budget, in particular the taxation system, to address the country's socioeconomic challenges?
Is South Africa a developmental state or not? I think there are aspirations to become a developmental state. I think there's obviously a need to look at what is the capacity, what ought to be the capacity of the state. And part of the capacity of the state is to look at, on the one hand, its civil service, on the other hand, its state-owned enterprises, and the role that those institutions are playing within the economy, but also to look at how do we deal with issues of social justice. And for me, I don't like to talk about the conversation about poverty, because I think the poverty conversation is obscuring the search for social justice that people have in the country, for access, for equity, for opportunities, you know. So there are interesting stories about how did we come to a developmental state, but the only example that I always think about is the Asian tigers, how they became developmental state. The system wasn't the same. Some of the industrialists got arrested, and they never told. There's ill-gained wealth that you have. How much are you going to share with the government, with the state, with its citizens? So I think we probably passed the debate of a developmental state as opposed to a capable state. and what are the capabilities that's required within the state to be able to deliver on its citizens. I think part of that element is and will always be the ability of the state to directly intervene in the economy. I think there's a South African story that suggests that markets create markets. It's actually wrong. The state creates markets. And the state then provides the opportunity for private entrepreneurs to play in that space, by the state first taking the risks in those areas. Let's look at the classic example of Vodacom and MTN. Started by the state. And in that way, they brought in private role players in it. I think those are the type of interventions that we need to make. On the taxing question, I think there was a time that the tax system was quite buoyant in South Africa. I think there are a great number of shocks that we've experienced: the credit downgrade, the shocks in the economy, lack of growth. I think a couple of businesses gone down. I think there's probably a need to look at how do we relook at the tax system of the country, and in ways find the element of the solidarity question to it. Remember, we have mass unemployment in the country, historic and at present. And there is the conversation that we need to have, because some of the hard issues we sometimes want to hide from, as to the wealth that many has in the country was built on the backs of others. So how do we ensure that there's a share of the value that creates public value for citizens? And that's probably one of the hard conversations that we're having in the country. So a tax system is one way that the elected government and yourselves help to create a sense of sharing of public value, but also to build up the fiscus to be able to deal with priorities of the country. And the issue is not the issue is many times where do we tax? And why do we tax in those particular areas? And currently it's difficult to say, because we're currently juggling uncertainties within the economy. And COVID has showed us that instead of introducing new tax cuts, because the tax cuts would be a bit of being a stimulus to the economy, there was a thing that was saying that, let's look inside the public service. Where's the fat? Which is the right approach to follow. Where's the fat in the public service, and how do we redeploy that? But tax is a critical issue. Some of the conversations that come sometimes to the fore, should we tax the current taxpayers more? I think that in itself needs to be looked at, but currently it's a difficult thing. I mean, how do you tax zero, where people have lost business opportunities, no jobs, the economy is not growing at the level it's supposed to grow? So there is a need to have a different conversation on the role of tax and taxation in the country.
Thank you. Just a follow-up, short follow-up, Chairperson. I just wanted to thank you for the question, but just to clarify your point on the increase that government may view, because there is the social security and there is the challenges that when you do increase the tax to assist poor and lower income earners, there is always the challenge of how do you convince the public out there now to maybe consider such a view, as you said. Is there any other sources of taxes that you can think of?
Honorable Joseph, your what do you call this, mask is not helping me to hear you clearly, and you're also competing with the aircon.
So, sorry, there is the social grants and the social challenges that we have in our country. and government is looking at more revenue, but is there any other proposals of taxes you may think or want to propose that we should have to create a balance of income to look after, as you said, the needy and the poor?
Well, I think the point I've made earlier is that obviously there's a need to look at auctioneering of bonds and issuing of treasury bills. But there's also this thing that needs to happen is that we need to look at the change in programs. We need to look at a change in public sector remuneration. We need to look at the change in what are those extra things on the budget. There is a need to look at, I think, reform, fast-tracking, accelerating the reform on state-owned enterprises. I mean, I'm always amazed as to why we as citizens are not allowed to buy shares in our state-owned enterprises, like they do in other countries. And it's probably a greater commitment of the citizens to their state-owned enterprises. And it's probably a greater protection that a state enterprise will have. And I think it's a key policy question that I'm raising, but obviously I'm not elected. So those who are elected must determine what is the appropriate. But I'm just saying that's a key thing. And then obviously new revenue strategies that we looked at. Tax is one issue. There's obviously borrowing that needs to happen. I like the idea that the President has raised that we need to look at the reorganizing the state. I'm not so sure whether the residues of the negotiated settlement of 9 provinces still holds relative to the 257 municipalities. You asked for my view. That's my view on it. I think we need to relook at that, and including the 257 municipalities. But here's the thing. I think the conversation on the social grants that we're having in the public domain and also in Parliament, it's actually a wrong conversation. Because if you don't have these people on social grants, you got a greater risk of instability in the country. Because there are millions of people on social grants. Those people are poor. They got shocked to their households. There's no income. And clearly, what one needs to look, what needs to juxtapose the social grants thing, is to look at how do we create innovation to build our local economy and create local supply chain networks. In fact, Honorable Joseph, the thing is, what puzzles me is that we have mass unemployment. And we know that the majority of those in that unemployment bracket will not be able to access the limited number of tertiary jobs. So how do we square that of unemployed people who don't necessarily have the right set of qualifications, our own citizens? How do we square that with not what the national economy, but what the local economy needs, and how do we bring those jobs back that we've outsourced so that our citizens are able to be productive, to have employment, but also there's innovation in it. I think we need to look at local production value chains and we need to look at public investment and research in each of those economic industries, old and new. And I think we need to start looking at what are those new industries that we need to build in South Africa. And look in those industries, what are the multiplier effect issues?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the response.
Honorable Lewis.
Thanks, Prof. Apologies again for running late. It's very unlike politicians to ever run late. This is a technical question, just 5 minutes for the answer, please. Your opinion on zero-based budgeting proposal. and then your opinion on whether it's advisable to approach institutions like the IMF and the World Bank or BRICS Bank, the roughly $5 billion that we have loaned from them this year, your opinion on whether that's advisable both now in current economic context and in future. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. Chair, can I suggest that you're making me nervous to call me Prof. Call me Daniel. Can I allow that, please?
No, yeah.
It was easier for me.
No, it's too late in the day. we'll continue on the Prof. Please continue, Prof. I know you are used to asking questions to students, so we are not going to make you feel better. Prof, please respond.
Zero-based budgeting was tried in South Africa in the early years. It didn't work. The Nigerian President Buhari also tried it. It didn't work. Here's the problem. More than 80% of our funds, public funds, is already committed. On debt repayments, on funds for the 3 branches of state, on compensation of employees, on social grant system, on a number of commitments that the country has. So it's a great idea, but it's an idea which time is not going to come, ever. But I think the intention of the zero-based budgeting announcement, I'm trying to think what the minister was trying to say, is that there's, in certain places of the administration, there's too much fat. There are pet projects. There are services that doesn't add value to the whole question of input, throughput, and outputs. And as a result, certain services need to be costed. I mean, the only service that you could probably do a zero-based budgeting on new programs that you're going to have. So the zero-based budgeting question is not going to work. It will probably work if you reorganize the state in all its forms. But there's already too many commitments to it, contractual and others. So I don't think it's going to work. You see, we're in crisis. We're in a fiscal crisis, and we're spinning. And there's not enough taxes drop, tax collections has dropped, so there's not enough revenue going around. Consumption spending has dropped substantively. And there's the whole thing about looking at internal prioritization didn't work. So there is a need to look at borrowing funds, not only from the IMF, because there's also the IMF, there's the World Bank, there's the BRICS Bank, there's the African Development Bank, to be able to cushion ourselves as a country, to be able to deal with the pressures the country is facing. So the question is the transparency around the agreements. That's for me a key issue. And the part of us transparency around the issue is that the interest that comes with those funds borrowed, the repayment plan, the debt repayment plan on that, and the consequential effects that it will have over multi-years. Because many of us, I believe many in this room, are also afraid as to how we sell out our children's future, based on that. But there is this thing that there has been over years interaction with the World Bank in any case, on a number of projects. There just need to be harder questions to ask as to that. So I think it's important. I think it helps also with another form of transparency on a fiscal spend and the prudency around it and efficiencies around that. So my own view, I would support it if it serves the public value and the interests of our citizens.
Yeah, I think you made a great point earlier about the lack of access to data and how you can't really do decent analysis without the data, and that links to what you've just said about the zero-based budgeting, because I'm often shocked by how little data government has about its own spending and the impact of that spending and the efficacy of those programs. Let me just ask you a follow-up, a slightly controversial question. I know that you like to argue, so you must feel free to disagree with me. But I mean, you spoke now in your answer about how we're in a fiscal crisis. We didn't get here as a result of COVID. COVID exacerbated that crisis, but we were in a fiscal crisis in February, and it's been a slow process over 10 years to get to this point. So let me ask you, to what extent do you think the Parliamentary Budget Office and also the FFC must carry some culpability for not speaking out loudly enough to warn the country about the fiscal trajectory? And do you think if you are successful in this application that you will be able to put the Parliamentary Budget Office on a more muscular footing to speak out about such risks?
I don't know whether Honorable Gordon Hill, I don't know whether you want a percentage ratio on it. I think there's shared culpability across the system, whether it's in the PBO, whether it's in Parliament because of its own responsibilities, whether it's in state constitutional structures, whether it's in the various administration, etc., etc. I think the issue that we sometimes have. Okay, let me put it to you this way. I don't think Parliament and its members at times made it easy for the Parliamentary Budget Office to express a view. I don't know what they did, but from what I've seen, have made it easy on the Parliamentary Budget Office to be able to speak out on certain matters. Okay? And similarly with the Finance and Fiscal Commission. And I think while the office is supposed to be independent and autonomous, obviously articulated in the context of the parliamentary system, I don't think the the public representatives made it easier to also to strengthen that independence. Notwithstanding that, I think there's a capacity problem, and I raised the issue about how do you...
Sorry, Prof. Sorry, Honorable Helus. I think that you didn't finish that. I would like you to follow up on that shared capability. And we are saying that the MPs didn't make it easy, but we didn't say how.
Okay.
Didn't make it easy. I thought we were going to finish that line of thinking.
Okay. Yes. I have got the view, because I've tried it with the FFC, to interact with members, the chairs of Parliament, to be able to understand what are actually their priority issues. What are the issues that they think requires the attention of the public, but also through the committees themselves. Whether it's on economic issues, whether it's on fiscal issues, whether it's on social infrastructure and that. And there were times that the committees that were, for example, the committee that, other than the finance committees, one of the committees that sits with one of the biggest budgets in the country is, for instance, social development. Because they sit with more than 4 or 5 billion rands account that they need to keep the SASSA accountable. And now key questions that need to be asked. And if the budget office was approached, the budget office can actually look at what is the productive nature of those social grants relative to creating other forms of opportunities to people. That wasn't done. The tax issue of VAT was quite a a critical point at a certain time. That's got to do with the not having the capacity within the Parliamentary Budget Office to be able to deal with that VAT issue. And similarly with FFC, not to be able to deal with that. Other than the generalities, but also do a sensitivity test and check whether these things are working. The other thing that I thought that was difficult and it's my own observation, I think there's an element of also how the office is structured relative to the challenges of Parliament. The office is structured in terms of a economic section, public policy section, and finance section. Parliament works, my understanding of Parliament, you the legislators, you look at policy and legislation, you look at the consequential effects of it, you look at costing and pricing of it, you're looking at the value that it serves for its citizens, for the citizens of Africa in terms of impact issues. That's the job. But I think part of it is also got to do with whether the messaging to parliamentarians is accessible. Because I think sometimes the officials on both sides, we talk high-valued languages when we can actually break down something. And sometimes we talk over the heads of parliamentarians and expect parliamentarians to understand. But also, we're not strengthening the capacity of parliamentarians to be able to interrogate these things. So, I think what needs to happen going forward is an interaction with the chairpersons of the different committees on behalf of the committees and find out what are the issues that the committee wants to address across the board. And even find out from the chairpersons where it's okay to speak to the different whoops within his committee. I don't know how it works, but I believe there's an ANC whoop, there's a DA whoop, there's another party whoop within those committees to be able to deal with that. And to be able to find a way as to how one then capacitates the committee in itself. But that requires protection of Parliament, of its own legislation and its own institution. And obviously providing those opportunities. But there's also issue of capacity. I think capacity is a big issue. I did explain square the capacity of the budget office with the challenges that you have. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Peters.
Oh, sorry. If I have to come back again. The time allocated to this question, Prof, is 10 minutes. I just want to find out from you if it so happened that you get appointed as the director of the PBO, how will you ensure that the Parliamentary Budget Office provides adequate support to Parliament's oversight structures? And I think you have, in the previous questions, been referring extensively so to the shortcomings in terms of the oversight responsibility and of Parliament, and or whether there is adequate capacity within the PBO to provide that. So you'll be able to answer that. But I would also want you to indicate that using the budget cycle and in terms of the whole process in the different phases, and what are the key objectives underpinning the South African budget policy? So there's two elements to this question. The PBO's capability or capacity to support the oversight function of Parliament and provide the MPs, in essence, with the necessary support to do their work, but also and especially during or throughout the budget cycle. And the other aspect of the question, it is whether you know the objectives underpinning the South African budget policy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
The last point, I'm not so sure whether it's a yes or no answer. If you, yes, if it's a yes or no answer, yes.
What are the key objectives, Prof, underpinning the South African budget policy? It can never definitely be a yes or no.
I think I've addressed some parts of it, but let me deal with the first question. And I'm talking about the real constraint of capacity relative to the task. My approach would be to first identify you see, when the president speaks, Honorable Tapua, the president sets priorities for the country. And what requires the PBO is to look at whether the financial plans, the financial budgeting plan that's tabled by the Minister of Finance and other ministers afterwards, whether those speaks to those, whether the finances speak to those priorities. And within those priorities, I would just split it in, because there's obviously the economic sectors, infrastructure and services, which some people refer popular to as the economic sector. There's the social infrastructure and services, which obviously is health, education, and social welfare, and so on and so forth. And then there's obviously the administrative part, the component of it. So, in terms of supporting, I would encourage parliamentarians to, and the office obviously, to look at what are the priorities, and use those priorities to be able to engage the budget, but also to engage and support parliamentarians. That's the first thing I would do. The second thing, I would look at the identification of the big programs, the big spending programs, or the big program, or those programs that present huge fiscal risks to the country. That would be the approach on that. And from there, do then a proper analysis and assessment of the consequential effects of the big programs on the country's fiscus. The second part would be to look at how these programs relate to creating public value, and in particular, I'm referring to issues around social justice. Some people talk so about poverty questions, issues around equality. I don't like to have the discussion about inequality. I prefer to have the conversation about equality, because equality is a much more positive way of looking at what are we going to do to be able to achieve equality. Because the inequality one just let us almost like accept the issues on that. Then the third thing I would look at is related to employment. And I raised the point of mass unemployment that we have in the country. We need to create mass employment in the country. So, and then linked to that is the issue of institutional integrity. And the institutional integrity undercuts everything in terms of the rule of law, the policies, the requirements, and so on and so forth. And that would be, for me, the way to look at almost like a programmatic intervention in supporting our parliamentarians. And I would take that as an angle to deal with supporting Parliament on that. Linked to that, sorry, come in.
Yes, Prof. In the same vein as you're explaining, can you factor in the whether PBO does have the capacity to be able to support these oversight structures, which is the 4 parliamentary committees, through the budget cycle, the different phases of the budgeting process.
Yeah. Okay, let me just respond also quickly to that. Part of saying to you what I'm saying is to be able to help prioritize. But that prioritization needs to happen in consultation with the committees, so that it also deals with the sense of the being sensitive about what's going to come in the future. Hence, I spoke about earlier about second and third year, because on the first year, when the minister tables, almost like an element of the horse is bolted, and you're going to tamper on the fringes, you know. When you look at the second and third year, we're able to help with that. Is the capacity now? I don't want to. I just square that with the magnitude of the task at hand. And I think what needs to be looked at is, how do you then, in the absence of, with current capacity, then in-source capacity from outside the budget office? And with that, I'm not necessarily talking about tenders or consultancy. I'm talking about a need to also interact with a powerful non-profit sector that's alive within the country. I mean, there was a slump at a certain time, but there's an emergence again of the research think tanks in the country that can help us think through that. So I think that needs to happen. What underlies the budget priorities? I think I heard you correctly. Clearly the priorities are set by the President, but obviously the macroeconomic framework, the fiscal policy framework, and monetary policy. I think obviously the whole question of our democratic dividend, which is also declining, where our citizens are starting to lose faith in the political system, because across the world the political systems are there to intervene in matters of inequality. And citizens continuously asking, why is our democratic dividend not increasing? Why are we continuously poor? Why are children experiencing hunger? Why is there continuously shock to our households? Why are we not having employment? And so on and so forth. But part of the supervisory issue is also got to do, the point I wanted to make on institutional integrity, is that institutions exist to be able to add value to the trust that citizens have in the state, either through the rule of law, through policies that they agree to, but also through public services. And the issue that I have with the social grants conversation in particular is not the point that was raised, but is the fact that social grants, I mean, none of you will go stand in the queue for social grants. Because the intention of those type of entitlements is to discourage you and I to go stand in the queue to get those grants. But for the poor, there's no other choice. The children need to be fed. There needs to be school clothes, and so on and so forth. And sometimes the interventions that we're not making is not helping to increase the democratic dividend. And obviously there are structural issues that the winners and losers issue, that intervening on the land issue can create winners and losers for some people. The issues about the e-tolls, it's an important policy, but it creates winners and losers. Issues of the Ubers and others create winners and losers. So there's a lot of policy, there's almost like a policy hemorrhaging that's going on. But the citizens don't seem to extract assets from it, extract benefits from it. That's sometimes the perception that I have. So we need to fix this gridlock that we have in society. And we need to intervene to increase the value of the state in it, because otherwise we're going to lose it. And we are in a serious space currently. So those are the priority questions that underlie the objective for me of the budget, is from the citizens to how do we protect the sovereign? Yeah.
Thank you for that response.
Honorable Peters?
I just want to...
No, sorry, just a second. No. I wanted to say it's a question so you can intervene anytime you want to.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to find out from the professor whether, in his view, in the history of the existence of the PBO, and taking into consideration your responses to the earlier questions about the fact that when the budget is tabled, the horse is already bolted, and that you believe that it is only probably in the second year, if allowed, that any juggling can then be done by probably the structures of Parliament. But do you think that the PBO office, as presently structured, does have the capacity to advise and to give the members the requisite tools to allow for amendment to the budget?
I always wanted to say that's an unfair question, you know. No, I don't think it's optimally organized. I think you have, and it's got nothing to do with the people because they didn't create the structure. The incumbents, I think you got people at the Deputy Director General level. I think there's an issue of value for money that needs to be looked at in terms of capabilities. I think you got Chief Directors below that. And it's 11 people, so it's quite an expensive structure that you have. And the problem is it was organized almost like a state administration from my perspective. So on the one hand, I don't think they got enough capacity. I don't think they got the capacity. In fact, if I was in the job and you as parliamentarians asked me to ask the staff to come and talk to you about spending trends, I will take my pen and paper and the phone, I will walk across to the chairperson's office. And I'll say to the chairperson, this is an underutilization of this budget. It's a wrong utilization of the budget office. And the answer is simple. The best people in the country, whether we like it or not, they can tell you about expenditure trends. Program expenditure to standard item expenditure of the budget is the budget examiner in the National Treasury, because they got the data sets. They know exactly how the spending works. They know exactly the revenue. The reason why I'm telling this, because I used to be, many years ago, I was part of that budget examiner. They understand exactly what that budget is all about. Program expenditure and standard item expenditure. Where transfers are going, where's compensation, what has happened to compensation, etc., etc. I don't think that's a good valuable use of the budget office. The valuable use of the budget office, Honorable Peters, is to check with them what is the returns to the public of the spending that has happened in that particular department. Because government, a couple of years ago, we spoke about value for money. But we're not unpacking exactly what is that value for money. And now only we start to say productive, multiplier aspects. How does this thing intervene in employment creation? How does this thing intervene in terms of creating new economies, etc., etc.? So I would say to the chairpersons, whoever the chairpersons are, that's a wrong utilization of the budget office. Ask the issue of the value. Can they give an analysis of what is the value of spending? Not the monetary monies that everybody can see, but what are the returns that government has received on this expenditure? And in that way, based on an analysis that you can get, for that the Treasury staff will give you easily the data. I know there's also Zila's thing there, Honorable, was about the data there. But for that, they will give you the data. But then on that, you then can say, this money that has been sent on this program, Honorable members, has not yielded any value to the state. And then the conversation can be held as to how do you then take that money and shift it around where you think it's going to be productive, and it's going to yield any returns on it. So that would be the approach on it. And in that way, you then say preserve certain energies of capacity, you know, and the other parts of it, I think there's sometimes an ideological debate that goes on, and I don't think people my compatriots don't eat ideology. We sometimes need to look at what is practical, what's going to work for the citizens of the country, and how we actually, through our budgets, are able to do that. And after that, if we've done that, you can call us any ideology. And that's the problem that we have.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Thank you, Prof. Honorable Njai, to come to the next question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening. Good evening, Prof. Prof, we have 5 minutes for the following question. Prof, the following question is that the Minister of Finance, Mr. Tito Mboweni, during the 2019 budget speech, indicated that the budget is built on 6 fundamental prescripts, one of which is stabilizing and reducing public debt. Now the question, Prof, is that, in your view, what are the prospects and challenges of this approach with the outbreak of the COVID-19?
Your debt repayment and the acceleration of debt repayment, I believe, can only happen when your economy is growing. And you have accelerated growth based on productive gains and capital accumulation. I think the jury is out on whether we will be able to stabilize the debt in the next couple of years, in the short term. I think I mean, that was in the February budget. Clearly the minister has indicated there are serious problems. Firstly, it can't happen. It will be difficult to take place because the economy is not functioning optimally. In fact, it's sluggish growth. In some parts of it, in other parts, there's no growth in the economy. There's the whole thing about sovereign downgrade, which makes it quite difficult to borrow money or invest for investments. So the fiscal is not growing. So I don't think it's going to be possible in the short term. I think the minister, at the whole of cabinet, recognizes that we're finding ourselves as a country in a difficult spot. I think the debt to finance public expenditure is going to become a serious problem, and that's why the earlier response that I've made on the whole question about borrowing and the issue on taxation and the problems around that suggests that we find ourselves in difficult waters. So is it going to happen? Not in the short term. Because our savings are also down. So we're in difficulty. And irrespective of how long we talk, and many times we talk about it, we find ourselves in a difficult situation. And the time is now in many ways to start looking at how do we deal with internally with the economy, how do we rescue the parts of our economy, and probably one of the things is to look at how do we look at the balance sheet of the Reserve Bank as a way of looking at these things, to be able to help intervene around that. And it is a difficult place that we find ourselves in.
Okay, Doc. Doc, in I want to stick with the analysis. I think the question is based on analysis. So I would just want to check with you, Doc, in terms of the maturity profile of government, in terms of the depth and borrowing cost.
Well, like I said, we are not in a good space. Our debt to GDP is growing. The issue of maturity with regard to responding to the debt is difficult to be able to. It's the issue that I've raised with juggling uncertainties as to how to deal with the broader issues around the macroeconomy, and debt is one issue around that. There's not enough to offset the debt. There's a need to look at how do we bring the Reserve Bank's balance sheet into that whole conversation to be able to help us as a country with that. It is a difficult matter. So I'm not so sure on whether what would be considered the maturity level of dealing with the country's debt, because it's rising. So that would be my response to that question.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mletsane, please, the next question.
Thank you, Chair. Evening, Prof. In 5 minutes, Prof, managing key stakeholders' relationships is an important responsibility of the PBO. At times, however, stakeholders can be very demanding and unreasonable. Describe how you will manage unreasonable stakeholders' expectations and demands. Thank you.
I think stakeholders are unreasonable if one doesn't clearly understand what the stakeholders requires or the stakeholders need. But it's obviously the point that I made earlier, it's got to do with the nature and extent of the system of parliamentary representation in Parliament. And if you ask how would I intervene, how would I deal with the matter, I think firstly it's the issue of the relationship management. Relationship management, I would go, like I said earlier, I would go to the chairperson of a committee or committees and discuss with him or her how do they see the PBO? What are the key things they'd like the PBO to address? And also ask him or her whether it's okay to speak with the chief whips within the committee, so that it becomes open and transparent. And then do relationship management to be able to say, this is what I understood this committee wants from the PPO. That would be my first approach on the matter. So it will be across the, I think it will almost be managing the corridors of Parliament to be able to add value and increase the value of the PBO. That's what I would do. And it would be irrespective of your political party, which political party you come from. Because at the end of the day, I would have a conversation with you driven by my commitment to the citizens of the country and public value. The second part of it, I think, which has become, it's also the relationship that needs to be held with, which I don't know where it's happening, and it's basically based on a scenario issue, and it's clearly the issue around again back to the debt issue, but also the management of it. There is a need for the PBO to have a functional relationship with the content advisors and researchers of committees. I think it's critical, because by doing that, you can actually offset some of the responsibilities and requests and demands placed on the PBO. So it's also managing the administration of committees, and in particular the researchers and content advisors. And the reason why I'm raising that, because sometimes the conversations could have been better briefed by a content advisor, which is the same level, I believe, as the deputy directors of the PBO. So where's the value there? So I don't know through who, I would like call a seminar, a brown bag session to discuss certain matters that affects macro issues, fiscal issues, monetary issues, social policy issues across the administration. So that would be one at the technical level, I believe, to do a functional thing with the research and content advisors. That would, for me, be a critical issue of capacity building. Because my own view is that there is a lack of capacity among content advisors and researchers. And given that at the same level as the deputy directors of the PBO, it is conceivable they have to sit in one room and just put aside whatever egos they have. So that's at that level. And that requires a continuous, incessant relationships with them. The third part of the relationship management across would be interaction with the principals. On the one hand, there's the board that takes responsibility for the PBO. And that would be to continuously get to know from the board to get to know from them what are the issues. Because I think part of their job is to monitor, is to supervise, is to guide, is to be able to tell the PBO you're off track here, you're dealing with the wrong thing. In fact, you're having a straw person's conversation with the rest of Parliament. So that would be for me also the interaction around that, to deal with that. And then the other aspect, I don't know how it works in Parliament, but I think it's conceivable to find also relationship management with the chairs of chairs, the Secretary of Parliament, and also with the principals of Parliament. I would explore all of that to increase the value of the Parliamentary Budget Office. I don't think it's going to be easy, because I've experienced it in the FFC, that after taking over after becoming the chairperson, I got a forensic report of impropriety committed in the FFC over a period, okay, based on the whistleblower's report. And one had to find, it took me 2.5 years to get to the point where I am, because I had to deal with fraud and corruption. I had to deal with a number of things which staff didn't like. I was called an iron fist because I said, if I deal with fraud and corruption, tough luck, then I'm an iron fist. So, and then you have to then manage people. So the HR question comes in, the human capital management issues come in, the leadership issues comes to the play. So to take people along to where you want to go with the institution. So for me, there will be this phenomena that the PBO, because I've heard it, people, and a certain discussion, there was a discussion on VAT, I heard that the PBO is useless, FFC is useless, from parliamentarians. So you have to deal with that phenomena of uselessness, but turn it in a way to say, okay, so how do we become useful to you? To be able to help you address the key critical questions that you have as parliamentarians. So that's the way I would, and then the last would be relationship management with the outside world. And the outside world would be for me to hear what mass-based organizations are saying about the budget, to hear what the research think tanks are saying, and bring them to the fore, and also to interact with African continent institutions, and also OECD, same other institutions, World Bank, IMF, to get what they're thinking about how we have to manage things. I mean, I think sometimes people think it's only the Treasury that must engage with the IMF. I think it's wrong.
Honorable Mletsane forgot to tell you that you had a time constraint. To remember this one is that it was a 5 minutes question. Please finish your.
Apologies, Chairperson. You just got me going, man.
Yeah, I know. Okay, that's fine. Can I? Do you want to finish that? You are done on that question.
I yield my time back to you or to the other, without having the time.
I think, Chair, you can allow, you are just rapping, by the way, Prof. You are rapping. You said the last.
I've had so many last from the Prof.
Actually, it was, for me, there is this thing that people in the administration and in Parliament thinks that it's only the Treasury, the National Treasury, that needs to interact with the global institutions. Parliament can also interact with the Budget Office can also interact with the global institutions. But here's the thing, that I also will develop a relationship with the National Treasury. Because the Treasury is the engine of the policy outputs of the executive and the financing of that. And I would think that, to come back to Honorable Peters' other point that she raised earlier, I think I would use my own networks and and also institutionalize those networks inside the PBO to interact with the Treasury. Interact with the Treasury from the day that the ministers table the budget. Find out exactly what are the data sets, what's the information, how do they get to that? Because some of these policy decisions are not just at budget day decided. It takes 12 months, in fact, in some instances, 3 years, for certain policies to find its way into the budget. And I don't think that okay, let me put it this way. It's the experience of working in the National Treasury needs to be optimized. Because if you haven't worked in that environment and understand how the data sets and stuff is get put together, and how policy gets undermined. Because I can tell you, a minister can announce a policy, any minister, and they said it's going to put money to it. If that budget system decides, irrespective of your policy, we're only giving you 60 million rand, and then you said your policy is 2, 3 to 400 million rand, it doesn't matter. So you need to understand that. So Treasury will be a key for me. Treasury in the Minister's Finance Office will be another relationship management issue. And I would pursue that if I get this job. Because I think it's an critical point. Because it can't be us and them. It's about the transactional relationship that exists between the executive branch and the legislative branch because of our parliamentary system. I would do that.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Letsan and Prof. Honorable Abraham.
No, thank you, Chair. You know, the responses that Prof is giving gets you thinking, and it's clear that we are dealing with an innovative thinker, and I'm just worried that, first and foremost, you're saying instead of talking inequality, we should talk equality, poverty, employment. And if you can briefly, I'll give you 3 minutes to deal with this, because you don't seem to be having a view that says this is where we come from, and therefore we want to go there, where you are, where you want us to be. The second area that worries me about your way of thinking, which also carries an element of truth, however, it's a bit problematic to listen to when you say people do not eat ideology. Ne? Now, I wanted you to talk to how then do you dispute the issue of budgeting being a political exercise? And will that not get you into trouble with your team? Because remember, you are established in terms of a legal framework, and you are also established in terms of an existing manifesto. So how are you going to deal with this? Give me 3 minutes for that, because I still have to come to my 2-minute question.
Is it 3 minutes counting now?
Yeah.
Okay, we're not about speaking. You see, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Member, my point about equality doesn't, it's not the point of I don't recognize inequality. The point is, we often go into public forums, whether it's the PBO, the FFC, and a range of others, and they come and tell you, South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. We have a Gini coefficient of 0.71, okay? Because it weighs between 0.768 and 71. That's it. Conversation closed. I'm saying, recognizing that inequality, what are the interventions that need to be made to reach equality? And I'm saying that are the policy interventions that the PBO, including budgetary interventions, that the PBO is advising Parliament on, are they helping Parliament to understand how far we to reach equality? That's the key thing here. Because that conversation gets so obscured in statistics, a statistical view, and it doesn't look at what are the interventions that need to be made. And part of it sits in the psyche of South African society also, that you and I are not equal because of a range of other assets that you have relative to me. And then we say we got human rights. And we say we got human rights, we need to create access, we need to create opportunities to people. And that's the reason why I raised this thing. So it recognizes that inequality, but for me, in my own way of thinking and working, I'm changing that in my own way. We need to see how we get to 0. Not brag about how close we get to 1. That's the reason why I raised it. Okay? So they recognizes that. The second point is on the ideology issue. It's not for you as parliamentarians. It's for the budget parliamentary office and for the Finance and Fiscal Commission, for example. I'm saying that your job is to give the parliamentarians information, is to give them information and data, is provide them with evidence of how policy is working or not working, and what positive results it's actually yielding for society as a whole. Where does it still see the economy going in a skewed direction and not actually making sure that there's shared value? That's the job. I give you that information. You need to play your role. I'm capacitating you so you then take the ideological view that you want to take. For me, that's part of protecting that office in terms of the relationship management. Okay? And hence I said, I didn't mean it to you, I mean it to the public parliamentary office. Don't come with ideological stuff here. Don't come with ideological stuff. Give the facts. Give the facts about how the economy is working. If it says, for example, that we need to create greater shares for people in certain parts of the economy, and I mean historically disadvantaged people, then it will say that based on the priorities, the political priorities, and the political agenda that the president has with the parliamentarians and giving our system and all the people across the board will then help. Because budget is a policy, is a political plan of how the the party in government is going to put his stuff on the table. My problem is only, honourable member, is that sometimes civil servants actually forget that they are not the politicians. They've not been elected. And I'm saying to you, my job all these years working in the civil service, I mean, I've got my own political affiliations, got my own political understanding. I never gave political answers. It wasn't my job. I would say, Minister, here's the facts of the situation. You decide what you want to do. And the same has happened with the interaction with this parliamentary office, by the Parliamentary Budget Office. Here's the facts, here's the evidence, here's the information. And if you want to say it's a nationalization of this or creating greater value, blah, 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 that's you saying it. We've given you the information. And that's what I meant, honourable member. So yes, of course, politics play a big role, especially, I mean, that's why the relationship management issue is quite big, because it's the rationality of power and how power actually plays out.
Thank you so much, Chair. 3 minutes, once again, real 3 minutes. I'm going to look at the time now. If appointed, how will you safeguard the independence as well as the integrity of the office?
It's exactly part of the response I gave you earlier, honourable member. Part is to ensure leadership and management to the responsibility. And it's to be able to manage the transactional relationship between the board on the one hand, chairs and the committees on the other, to ensure the ensure that the parliamentary value gets increased, and to be more specific to it. That's the first thing. The second thing is the point I was making, is that, I mean, we all have political perspectives. We all have. But I think you don't want to hear the political perspective of the Parliamentary Budget Office. You want to hear, and I'm harping on this one because I think it's critical for monitoring, supervision, understanding policy, how policy gets navigated and in the system, you need to have information. You need to know what's the trends in a policy that is from the design to the costing, the inputs, the outputs, and the throughputs of those policies. You need to know where the conflicts between policies are. I don't think that Parliament has discussed in many ways the conflict, the winners and losers issues around policies. The Gauteng issue around e-toll is a big winners and losers issue. What's the consequential effects of that? What's the consequential effects on the fiscus, on taxing, on income, on paying on the loans and that? So for me, we need to increase the professional nature and the technical capabilities of this office, so that this office presents you with the information for you to do your work, to do your oversight, your supervision, your calling people to account on it. And for me, that would be the issue. That is how you protect this office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Abraham. Honourable Joseph.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Prof, in the next 7 minutes, will you please tell us how you have managed a very complex situation? You made perhaps a tough decision that borders on unpopularity in your previous employment, what kind of processes did you follow when making such a complex decision? And how did you manage various interests which were affected by your unpopular decision?
Chair, I see members gives me time, but I don't see a watch when I need to stop myself. So
The assumption is that the prof is having his own watch.
There are a couple of I've been involved in a number of incidences where I needed to take tough decisions. I can tell you about me managing the fort of, at the time was around 400 billion rand social grants tender. We had an evaluation committee. I was appointed by Butzola Square, then the Minister of Finance, coming from the Treasury to deal with it. And one of the most unpopular decisions that I had to make, and I think I raised it in sometime with others, is that the evaluation committee, I used the authority because I had the delegated authority that was given to me to head this thing. I had to make a decision that we're going to do an integrity test on all members of the committee, which basically means that we needed to check people's bank accounts. We needed to check a range of issues on issues related to that. And some of these people were at the same level as I, as Deputy Director General. And I think when people say that we need to do an integrity assessment of civil servants, they're actually underplaying the complexity of it. Because in that you lose colleagues and friends. One of the tenderers, a big company, took government to court, and have done it before the end of apartheid. And they won, and they post-apartheid, they did the same to government to court. And I said, no, I'm not going to do a settlement, because they thought, they had other people in the pocket, obviously. I said, I'm not going to do a settlement, we're going to court, because I need to protect the fiscus here. And we went to the High Court, and we fought with the lawyers, and we won the case. My colleagues, when I came back, said to me that you were lucky that you won the case on a technicality. Now, historically, that payment contractor won all the cases, before apartheid to post-apartheid. That, to hear from your own colleagues that you're lucky to have won the case on behalf of the state, on behalf of their own government, was not a good thing. The second thing that happened around those decisions taken, and I'm going to say this because I need to get this off my chest quickly and fast, is that my office was broken into, integrity test. I had cameras in front of my office. Nobody saw who came into my office. My cars were broken into. My house was broken into. I had to get the SIU, the intelligence at the time, to help to deal with these things. But I had one resolve, and the resolve was because of my own struggle experience, that the fiscus belongs to the people of this country. And I will not lay that down. So that's a classic example where I became the most unpopular person. And that's part of the reason when we evaluated and got to a point, and I said, we need to can the tender because there's too much interference in it. I mean, there's a much more intense story to tell around it. But it was filled with fear and lots of stuff to it. And we canned the tender. And then I left, I went to the university. Okay? Because I couldn't allow that to happen. With this current FFC, that I'm in the chair, There was a whistleblower report to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance instituted a forensic investigation. And there were lots of things there. So the most unpopular things, because I had a view that if you sit in the getaway car while your friends are robbing the bank inside, while your friends get caught, you cannot say that you're not part of the bank robbery. And in a number of spells we discovered that there was deep impropriety that happened in everything. Certain decisions needed to be made. And some of those decisions, I mean, it's in the newspapers. People were saying that I acted with an iron fist. Newspaper called me and I said to the newspaper guy, if fighting fraud and corruption makes me an iron fist, then I'm an iron fist. So those are the situations. But at the end of the day, it strengthens my resolve to serve the citizens of the country. That's what made of me, and I think my resolve to serve, to lead, to nurture, to build, to increase the democratic dividend of what we've struggled for, was for me as a greater reward. It is painful. It will continue to be painful to have lost out on friends and professional colleagues. But at the end of the day, does it matter? What matters is the commitment that we're making to helping our own citizens out of the muck that they're experiencing.
1 minute, bro.
Are you saying another one?
1 minute left.
Oh. So those are. I mean, I'm not giving you all the details, but it's those experiences that has allowed me to stick with my resolve. Because at the end of the day, I don't think that. I mean, we all don't know each other's struggle, credentials, and what has happened to us, our families, etc., etc. But we struggle to certain things, and I had to defend, and I had the support of, at least I had the support of 3 ministers at the time. It was Trevor Manuel, it was Zola, who I responded to, and it was Geraldine Fraser Moleketi. And
thank you.
And that helped, but it was hard. It was hard. I mean, my life was also threatened, if you like to know, many a times. And I was offered money, and I refused.
Thank you, bro.
Thanks, Prof. I'm going to make a statement, and you must critique my statement in 3 minutes maximum. Our economy has been stuttering for decades. Our economy has been stuttering for decades, if not centuries. Despite the economic growth that we have had during certain periods. For me, an economy which is not able to provide water, to provide houses, to provide electricity, irrespective of the growth figures, I don't think I would say that the economy has been performing. Full stop. Your comment.
I'm not agreeing with you to do rent seeking.
I didn't talk about rent seeking.
I'm agreeing with you because I think part of the point that you're making is the issue of lives and livelihoods and economic activity that our citizens are so much searching for. One, I think what has happened is that there's been insufficient investment in infrastructure. Infrastructure on for water supply and other forms of delivery. I also think that in those industries that you have mentioned are classic industries where there's a need to search for what are those multipliers for the economy. What are those multipliers for the economy, in particular how it will help to create employment for our citizens at a certain level. I think what has also happened is that in many ways the Uhuru effect has fastened the development of a middle class, an urban middle class in particular. And in many ways we've left the masses of our citizens behind. And hence I raised earlier the democratic dividend. And I think we're probably at a point where we need to just tone down on the contract state. And with the contract state, I mean everything that we do, we're contracting out instead of creating the state itself, create employment, mass employment in different industries. I think we at a point where that plan that the president spoke about, that war plan, I can't wait for that. I'm still waiting for it, but I think it's going to come. It has to come because it's part of the reorganization of the state in many ways. So I think the industries, there's a need for greater investment in there. There's a need for greater public employment and to search for those multipliers in relation to the mass of people that are not employed. And on that basis, I agree with you because it is about the point that I raised earlier about social justice and spreading the public value.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm sure you can see that the honourable members like to engage on these issues, and perhaps we don't have enough time in Parliament within 3 hours to deal with the multiplicity of issues when we appear. As the chairperson of the FFC, because some of these things are cross-cutting, whether you're talking about PBO or you're talking about FFC. So I'm just saying, listening to this engagement, I think there is a need that we should, on an ongoing basis, try to engage on these on these challenges that our country faces. But having said that, before I let you go, is there any question from you? I still have got 1 or 2 things to say. Any questions to us?
Yeah. Can I now get on my cell phone, my mobile phones, and also my computer? Because you've dislodged me from the world through this process. Can I get my coupon back and start talking to the world?
These honourable members don't even know where your gadgets are. Perhaps you may have to speak to Advocate Tao, who are pleading not guilty to the charge of having confiscated your gadgets. So that's fine. I'm sure they'll sorry for that inconvenience. Prof, we have started alluding to some of the things that I'm going to put to you. We are a participatory democracy. We do like to be transparent, and we do try as Parliament to be transparent as possible. So when the names of the candidates were put for public comment, there were some comments which came up, and we would like to hear what you have to say. We have spoken about a report at FFC. One of the people who wrote to the committee in response to your name being shortlisted said the professor has used that report to justify his iron fist rule, to fight certain individuals. I'm not quoting this thing in verbatim, but again, there's also an allegation that there are some people who have committed some sexual offenses. The allegations around sexual offense in the office, and they've got the protection of the professor. a brief response to that. We thought that as a committee it's fair that we should make you aware of that comment. It's a public comment, it's out there. Prof?
Thank you for that. I was waiting for that question. Let me deal with the last one. I know about the newspaper report too that raised with this issue, because the journalist phoned me and he sent me 36 questions, and I just wrote a statement out because I mean, knowing how journalists work, they already got their story. They just wanted a quote from me, and I refused to do that. On the last point that you have raised, on a senior member committing I don't know what to call it, a sexual harassment transgression. Yeah, sexual offense. I was phoned by the labor law person. I'm dealing with that one first because it's quick to get out of the way. Phoned by the labor person, and I said to her, I don't want to hear anything. Institute disciplinary action. Okay? Now, that is an internal matter in the administration. They must institute disciplinary action and follow through on it. When I was asked about it, I refused to talk about it because I didn't want to hear. I wanted the system to deal with it. The newspaper asked me, people make the allegations. I'll tell you why they make the allegations. And following that process, the person was dismissed. Okay? My job was to just, no, I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear what was said to the person. I don't want to hear anything. Follow disciplinary procedures. And that was done. The newspaper wanted to know more about it. Staff in the organizations wanted to know more about it. I refused to comment on it because it was a matter that was dealt with by the labor lawyers within the FSC. Okay. And the outcome was, I think, correct. I didn't even get involved in that because the CEO must deal with it. Because it's a matter that happened in this space. So the person was dismissed. So I don't know how I protect it because I said disciplinary. On the issue about the report, this is also what the newspaper has put forward all the time because they were in the, okay. The whistleblower report and also the forensic report identified close to more than a third of the staff of the FSC that were implicated in the practice of impropriety. Okay? And when I inherited that report as the chairperson, I was told in different ways by the minister I need to deal with it. And not look at the law and be dealt with it. And here's the thing that happened. That, and when I raise these things, you will hear many allegations, but one of the things that I think I need to tell you is that the forensic report was identifying certain people, and I refused to talk in public, meaning in the forum of the staff, about the forensic report and the outcomes, because there were disciplinary processes undertaken. And those disciplinary processes were undertaken by support with the State Law Advisor's Office. That was the first thing, because people wanted to know what's going on in the forensic report. The second thing about the forensic report, it had the big fishes, if you can call it that, and it had the small fishes. And the people in the Treasury were saying there are issues, the person that's responsible for the risk thing, there are issues that requires a disciplinary intervention, and there are issues that requires a criminal intervention. So we were given the responsibility of doing the disciplinary, and then the criminal intervention was taken by the Treasury because the Treasury laid charges against 2 people. The risk unit, or the risk unit lays charges against 2 people with the Hawks. Okay? And then we do take care of the disciplinary process. So part of that disciplinary process, and in that report were individuals that could serve as witnesses to deal with the other third of the institution. Okay? So that was part of it. This important thing here also, Chair, that those people that went to the newspapers, I mean, it's their right to do that. We had a situation where there's a certain, there was nepotism in a certain nationality.
Prof, I don't want you to get into the the details of this. I've shared with the allegation, just high level, and definitely this is for us. This is not a forum to deal with all these things. We just wanted to bring those things to our attention and say, as far as they related to the prof, do they have merit?
No, I think I dealt with, in terms of my fiduciary responsibility, with the support of the commissioners. We've dealt with it. We had a CEO and an administrator that came in. They were tasked with following through on it. And a number of people left, not because we pushed them out, because the initiator, which is what we call an investigator, were talking to them. And they left. Then there were people, a quick one, Chair, I know you want to go, is that the other thing I think is important is that there were people doing work, which the forensic report was saying. I mean, if you earn more than 3 million rand, and you just produce one report for the year, then surely there's a problem there. 1.3 million rand as a staffer, and you produce one report for the whole year. Surely the South African citizens will get angry. And it was those type of issues. So the forensic report, systems were broken, files were stolen. People got salary increases without having salary notches and stuff. It was just chaos. And the people were sitting in there, they were not plausible deniability. They were sitting in the getaway car, but they enjoyed the benefits of the bank robbery. That was the issue. And as a South African citizen, given struggle history and struggle, I'm not going to allow that. Sorry, then I would rather be, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Prof. We thought that we should make you aware of this and give you an opportunity to respond high level. We are not in any type of a court or disciplinary hearing here. We just wanted you to put your side of the story. But having said that, you know that amongst the processes that we are involved with is a vetting process. There's a security clearance process. There's a state security process being involved. I'm sure you would have given that permission already. So that's going to help. Before we conclude this process, we want to have all that information. So if you could just bear with us before you get to the outcome of this interview, which robbed you of your gadgets. So immediately we have all that information, the committee will come back and we will finalize the process. But thank you very much, Prof, for availing yourself to the interview. And again, I'm sure the engagement that the honorable members have had with your good self. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Whoever you gave the gadgets to, definitely not to us. Honourable members, it's late. It's late in the evening. Okay, I'll tell you what happens because we are finalizing. In any case, there's no discussion after this because I think we had a discussion at the beginning that that's what we'll do today, and we've come to the end of this process for today. And honourable members will then wait for all this other information, and immediately we get this information, as we had said, our intention is that before we start with the process of MTBS, we finalize this process, because you know that these committees, once we get into that mode, it never ends. So, but it will depend on these other things which are outside our control. But allow me to thank all of you. I think you have been patiently engaging with the candidates. The preparation that you have made for this interview made it what it is, very professional, and I think from where I'm seated, I'm very happy. Thank you very much, and those who will be traveling to wherever tomorrow, please travel safely. And I understand Basfune Parliament next week. They want us in Parliament next week, so we'll soon be meeting. But thank you very much, and good evening. Your things, please. Your things. Keep your things with you. Keep them safely. When we meet again, please, you'll have to bring them with. We don't want.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
Sure. Honourable members, I think I must say to the support staff, to our technical team, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think without these preparations, we wouldn't be able to perform our function. Thank you very much, Advocate with your team, Shelley with your team. Thank you so much.